Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Yeah, people are already saying pornami. We are guys. We haven't even gotten through the part where we don't do what we're supposed to do yet. You can't pornami already.
Dare people say pornami? You don't know what's gonna happen.
I think my expectation is you've found every way to shaft Nami by accident without realizing what's happening. So I think you are going to hold off on fucking over Nami for a long time. I think it's going to take until I think we're going to have many episodes pass before you slip up again, and it's going to be a grand resurgence of Nami. Oh, Mama Drops too loud? Oh yeah, she is way too loud. Let's drop her a little bit.
Whoa, rude.
I didn't hit enter on Craigbot. You got me to realize that. You've saved the day. This VOD's not going to be a pain to edit. All right. Let's get Craigbot in here. Everyone, we get to hear the adult. I've been trying to do this beforehand, but that's not going to work.
Did you turn my volume down? Am I down? Am I down?
Turn your volume down. We're all good.
Now recording.
We're good. Ooh. Bellamy gets a treat also. Oh, where did I put those? There they are. Bellamy is a bit of a gross one today because we went to the dog park and it's muddy. I gave him a quick blow dry, but he got mad, so he didn't put up with a lot of it. Because he got a blow dry yesterday because he also got muddy. Mwah. Yeah, that and Pet the Boy. That robot voice was Craig. He's a beautiful friend and his voice is lovely.
Ooh.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Did you?
What?
I'm super stoked today.
Yeah, no, So, cards on the table.
Oh, we are on a hype train.
We are on a hype train. Thank you, everybody. Cards on the table. This was for a very long time. This was my favorite arc.
Yeah.
It isn't anymore. I'm not going to tell you what my current favorite arc is, even when we get there, because I want you to go into everything without expectations. But now that you've read it, I can't color your expectations, and I can say that for most of the series, this has been my favorite arc. I love it so much.
I don't want to brag, but this is my favorite arc, and I've hardly read anything. Actually, I'm a third of the way through.
You are. You're over a third of the way through now. You've read like a significant percentage, almost 40%, I think. Actually, about 40% exactly now.
I would call myself a One Piece fan.
Yeah, you're within like 2 chapters of having read exactly 40% of the way through. I think no, you more than that, more than 40%. What am I thinking of? Anyways, you've read quite a significant portion.
Yeah, like way more than I thought I would read by this point.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're on a new hype train.
We are. The hype train has reached another level. Mom's a bit loud still. All right, I'll drop her. We're working with the new technology. Mom's got a new mic.
I can move my mic.
I've got a beautiful microphone arm. I just want to talk to everybody about my amazing audio upgrade. My microphone arm is incredible, and I bought it and I was so excited for it. And what's great about it, thank you, Wired Emos, for the sub. I've been missing subs. What's great about my amazing microphone arm, will turn me up a little bit. I'm just adjusting the new technology.
Down a little bit,
is it said on Amazon that it fit my microphone, and it very much does not. There was literally 0 way to attach 39%. Oh my God, I was right. It was almost exactly 40%. Okay, never mind. I was right. There was literally no way to affix my microphone to the arm I bought. So I took out the power drill, 2 pieces of shitty balsa wood, sawed them into shape to be able to fit the cord through, and like jankily used a screw to screw through pieces of balsa wood into the microphone to attach the mic to the arm. That's the technology we're using. That's incredible power. Thank you, Alosnim, for the subscription. Mama Drock bought a really cool anchor mic. So we're just figuring out how to make it work best. I'm going to turn you down a little bit more. It looks like I have to lower your volume a lot more than your previous microphone.
Yeah, but I just went into my Discord settings and they're at maximum. I can always just turn those down.
Yeah, turning you down on this end works just as well. This is perfect. I think we're good. I'm looking at the levels. This seems good. How is everybody doing? It's Enies lobby time.
I want to call Enies lobby, Enies lobby, nonstop.
It's more than want to. You have many times. I am just now realizing how much Jabara looks like Goofy.
What Which one are you? Oh, I'm not going to ask. Are you doing the big old thing first, or are you doing the?
I'm doing Jabara first.
Okay.
I feel like I can give that away because, like, look at his nose. Look at his goofy from Disney nose. Nobody else look that way.
Okay. Just as long as you have my my great guy in there too.
We will. We're getting him.
And I'd love it if he was actually saying the thing I loved.
I will do my best. I don't know if you've noticed, I don't tend to put speech bubbles in these.
I know you don't, but I'd really love
level
it if
6
you could
hype
put a
train?
speech bubble in.
How am I missing all the
Hype
subs when we have a
train?
level 6? That's wild. Y'all crazy. Level 6. Oh my god. Has Mama was this arc? You're not going to believe it. Yes.
Okay. The other day I came into school and I looked at the kids and I was like, look, guys, I'm not all the way here. 1:30 in the morning, I was reading a manga and was bawling and then had trouble falling to sleep after the deep, deep wazzing. So I'm a little tired today. The kids were like, yeah, that's a normal thing our teacher says.
I was crying at a manga at 1:30. Some of her students do read One Piece and they're enlightened. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Hey,
some people were saying, like, what are we doing today? We are doing all of Enies Lobby.
All of it. We're doing all of it. No.
The whole thing.
We're doing no corkboard for 2 reasons, which, first of all, guys, we will not have the time. There is no way we will have the time. We're going to spend 4 hours just getting through, like, some of the good beats of Enies Lobby. I'm going to pet the boy. You're so good, my guy. My little mascot. Then the other reason is because the next little mini section shakes things up a lot, and I feel like Mama Drock's gonna want to have the context of the wrap up before we want to do any corkboard, before we revisit the corkboard. Because, like,
yeah, but then you made it sound like I kind of would want to have the next 8 chapters as well.
Yeah, well, no, the next 8 chapters is what I'm talking about, of the wrap up.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, post Enies Lobby is just a very small section, but it shakes. So I'm willing to tell you, not expectations for how good something's going to be, because I don't want to color your expectations, but I think it's okay to tell you what attitude you should go in reading something. Like, that's why I was willing to tell you, like, yeah, this section is a little bit less about the grand world, a little bit more personal when we got into Enies Lobby. And it's not like it doesn't get into the grand world. It's One Piece, everything does, but it is more personal. I think that it is also okay to tell you when you have to go over something with a fine-tooth comb, like Jaya, and this is another fine-tooth comb section.
I cannot believe that you're saying this, because I don't know if you've noticed this, but Oda usually is pretty basic.
Yeah, he's a pretty
put a lot of hidden
author.
information in. Yeah, and then I was super excited. I don't remember where it is, because kids now read me comments. There's now 8 kids who know about this. And they'll read me comments, and they're careful to not spoil me.
Yeah,
and then now I never know where things come from.
I'm glad that they are careful not to spoil you, because the other day you told me that you tried to trick them, where they were like, hey, a lot of people are mad at you and think that you're lying because of how good your predictions are. And you went to them, yeah, that's wild. Is there a time code of what they're mad at me for having read ahead and cheated for, so that I can just know what it is they're mad about? And they're like, wouldn't that confirm you were right and cheat? And you were like...
And I was like, what? What? The best. I'm not going to cheat, but, I'm going to put a very fine line on that.
I think we're going to do something really
I just want a little confirmation of what that looked like and where it was that people thought that I was being cheaty. Because as soon as they said that, I was like, well, that confirms I'm right. Let me find out where.
Which I think is, I'm glad the kids stopped you.
Yes, I did notice that my friends are alive in 375. I've forgiven Drock for singing In the Arms of the Angel so quickly now.
Yeah, I honestly forgot they were alive. I only remembered the rest of CP9 being in that cover story, so I thought I was being a bully. And then someone pointed out to me they were alive. You have to
remember, Gabrielle Pin, kids don't let you get away with anything. Kids love to hold information back from you.
Yeah,
The favorite.
here's the thing. The really excited to tell you something and can't keep secrets from you, that's not like a teenager thing, which is who she teaches. That's a young kid or an adult thing. Young kids and adults are who is like, oh, I can't wait, I need to tell you. Teenagers love not telling you shit. That's their whole jam.
Teenagers are like, what can I hold from you? So, no, they tell me nothing. They're very careful because they're up to my sneaky ways.
Someone's saying it's safe to say that you might have a few diamond stars, and I feel like that could almost be seen as, hey, don't give her that, but like, I don't think the kids would be telling you about all the people mad at you for cheating when you haven't, if not for that being the case.
As soon as a kid said that, I was like, include this in here. Include this in. Hype train success. Come on, ride that train.
Palin Berserker Jedi? Oh my god, the hype train... We are 75% of the level 6 hype train? This is wild. This is chat moving so fast.
Cool. Yeah. I was listening to you guys the other day, and if you're wondering about Jinbai Araki, someone speak Japanese could immediately guess, not trying to be smart, just know that you were saying, whoa.
Yeah.
That went really fast.
Yeah, there is a fish that is named after the Japanese clothing that you know to be called a jinbei. But I don't know if you want to look that up because it'll just tell you.
I had that. So there's a couple of times, like, I love to look up the meanings of names, but there's a few times people are like, I can't believe I know this, because children read it to me because they love to read me the snipey comments the most. I can't believe she didn't look up this or this, and then the kids won't tell me what it is. They'll say, I can't believe she didn't look up, and then they'll go blank. And I'm like, yeah, I don't look stuff up sometimes on purpose because I'm concerned that it's going to give me spoilers. Like, I'll cheat, but it'll be a very fine line jaywalking kind of cheat, not a, like, drive down the wrong side of the road.
The thing is, I think if you look it up, you will accidentally find other stuff that you shouldn't know. And also, it feels like there's a fun game to guessing what a fishman's going to be. And even though a Japanese reader would know immediately, it doesn't feel like it's a solving a mystery thing where I would tell you the translation. Like, it doesn't feel like it's necessary to solve mysteries, you know? It just feels like it takes away a cool guess.
Is people are like, oh my God, she's guessing things. And I'm like, that's not why I'm doing this, right? Like, this isn't a game of the mentalist where I'm like, time to guess the future. I'm just guessing things because it's fun along the way, like it's a mystery. I don't need to be more or less right. It doesn't make me feel more or less cool. I'm cool. I don't need that. I'm good.
Are we sure that the anchor mic is the one selected? Because the audio sounds different than the Sea Train episode, I feel like.
Okay.
Just quickly double check that the input is anchor, and I guess if it is, then no, it is.
It's probably just not. Come on, ride the train.
Because I think there's a chance that when you plugged in your Bluetooth earbuds, it switched to them.
I will check, but it says anchor work.
Under input? All right, I guess.
How about now? Does it sound better now?
Little bit. I don't know what's different about it. Like, why? Because it sounded a little bit crisper on the Sea Train episode when we were using it. Mama is absolutely saying she's fine if she only gets purple mushrooms, so we should only get purple mushrooms from now on. The Gold Star line has been discontinued.
No, come on. Good luck.
It does sound a little echoey. I think we'll figure it out. It's a better microphone, but that means it's more sensitive with how it's positioned.
I can move it onto the other side and try that out too.
Oh, it sounded clear right now.
How's this?
Louder.
How's this?
That's pretty good.
Hey there.
That's pretty good.
Do we like this way more?
I think it's a little less echoey than it was before.
Mama gets nothing but golden mushrooms. That's how you make a freaking omelet. I met a cool person yesterday who picks mushrooms to make purple ink to dye wool. Hello, I'm not that cool. I'm not making my own wool.
The making their own wool, I have commented on how wild I feel it is as a hobby. But you know what? I'm happy anytime someone's having fun. I just also feel like I understand knitting a lot more because you can do custom stuff that a machine can't do, but I just don't know what a machine can't do when it comes to making the wool itself.
Sure, but if there's end of days, that kid is my friend. And
we have 4. Just to note, I get freaked out with numbers. I feel like I've taken this from Small Ant, where if the numbers are higher than normal, I'm like, oh god, expectations. And if the numbers are lower than normal, I'm like, oh no, what are we doing wrong? So I have my reference covering the how many viewers are here, and I can just see chat. 400 though? Jeez.
No, it's 431, 32, actually.
All right, making yarn, not making wool. Fair. Good clarification. She wasn't producing the wool.
No, I'm a sheep. I produce wool. Just who I am.
So do we want to get into it? Enies lobby starts with everyone making a plan.
I can't tell you how Luffy this is. What chapter did we start on? I never know. I read over and under. I just do what I want.
Goodness, if only I remembered. Three, four. God, where did we start? I'm gonna.
375 says this.
375. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, there are 800 and something eyeballs looking at you.
Hey, you don't know how many people only have one eye.
That's true. It's very, very common. There's a high percentage of eye losing.
Yeah.
375. I'm going to get on the right spot in both of my places.
Perfect.
And we are going to rock it out because I like to do it in color and black and white.
I actually want to do a call to arms right here. Everybody here, this is the video that when it hits YouTube has the biggest chance of popping off. I want the call to arms is everybody here. Push this. Tell your friends about it. Look, we have better audio now. I have better lighting. We got my same backdrop, but I moved to a different room. This is us at our peak. My new webcam isn't in yet, but this is the new and improved, higher quality. It's Enies lobby. This is the one to show your friends. I am asking all of you for your support in making this one catch as well as possible.
Spread the word.
Heck yeah.
I'm going to try not to sing Ride the Train again. Okay, here we go.
Try your best not to sing Ride the Train.
I'm a Gen X kid. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We love our train songs.
You do.
Mm-hmm. They're not always good songs.
Way too in the weeds.
I love it when people put Hello Future Me on here. I think it's awesome.
Oh my god, that is adorable. I love that.
I've seen it a couple of times, and every time I'm like, that is absolutely like the best vibes.
That feels like such a compliment because the only time I will watch the video of a stream that I viewed is when I really, really care about the creator and want them to succeed. So I am so complimented every time I see one of those comments, or when I see a YouTube comment that's like, hey, I already watched this live, but I'm showing up to give you a comment and leave it running for a view. Like, that's wild.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Let's get into it. Let's talk about the people I hate and the people I love and the people I was glad to see beat up later on.
Yeah. I know one person who's in that list.
Time. Oh my god.
There are two people who deserve an ass kicking. Pet the boy? Bellamy, come here, buddy.
Future me, stop procrastinating and do some work. Hey everyone, can you let me know how my sound is now? I changed a couple of things and I want to make sure I'm not annoying people.
I feel like it's a little less echoey. We'll figure out how to get it just right. Do you have the cat on?
I don't have the cat on.
I think the cat will help.
Okay, I can cat it up. There is some evil people in this arc who I know he does it on purpose, like I would as well. But God, I was happy to see them get their asses kicked. Like, never more happy. It couldn't have happened to worse, crappier people.
Lucci and Spandam specifically are such detestable people.
I hate Spandam so much.
Spandam is truly horrific. What a terrible person.
All right, I catted it up. How's that?
I think it's a little clearer. All right, let's get into it. So, the truly Luffy moment you were talking about at the when we were starting the first time was them making a plan and Luffy leaving in the middle of the plan and just rushing towards the gate.
It's my favorite thing ever because when we're talking about moments that characterize Luffy and who he is, kind of like the way when I very first started reading it, and all of a sudden, Luffy is like, excuse me while I stab my face with a knife. this was another one of those times where Luffy Luffy'd it, because they're all sitting inside of the train going like, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? Oh, somebody said delete your art.
Okay, well, this is early for it. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. Now that I know what I'm doing a bit better, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. We ball, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. Done.
You're killing this.
You got me. Let's go.
Whoa.
Shit.
You went full art delete?
Yeah, no, I know what the concept is. Let's do it better.
Way to go, man. I admire that complete blank out. Okay, so instead of Luffy sitting there for the plan, Luffy is like, yeah, we do need to make a plan. Go see, oh, Enies lobby, here we go. Is it Enies lobby? Just so I'm sure
it's
I'm
Enies
doing
lobby.
It right?
Enies. Imagine there's a guy named
down.
Eni, and it's his lobby. I think it's actually Enies, but same difference. And most people say Enies.
I fixed it. And as they're having the conversation, we look over and Luffy's just gone. He's just like GTFO and is literally just flying over the building, moving towards Robin. Like, I'm not going to wait for everybody. I don't have time for this shit. I'm going to Luffy and I'm going to get the hell out there. Drop and do 5, someone.
Goodness, we are getting hit today. All right, you keep going.
And so I think that this was a really cool way to begin this, because it's not that Luffy doesn't trust his team, and it's not that Luffy doesn't agree that there needs to be a plan. It's just like Luffy, in a weird way, is like the plan before the plan, if that makes sense. So Luffy's reaction is going to be based on pure emotion, and it's going to be based on instinct, and everyone else is kind of making a plan and trying to decide how they're going to go about this. But Luffy is Luffying it. So instead, he's like, yeah, I agree. You do need a plan, and we probably need to go in here and do this, this, and this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to Luffy it, and I'm just going to go the hell in. And you guys can all work around this plan. And I thought that was a brilliant way to start it, because it lets Luffy show, you know, I trust you guys. I know you're going to catch up. I know you're going to do this. I know we're going to get Robin back together, but I'm not going to sit here and wait for it. I'm going to start wreaking havoc and kicking ass and taking numbers right now. And so it was instantly into the mix. And so from the moment go, I was like, oh, I'm going to love me this arc. I'm going to love this arc. And it made me so happy. There's a particular image of Luffy in chapter 376 where he's up on top of a flagpole. He's looking at Enies lobby out in front of him, getting a lay of the land. They're shooting at him, and he's like, whoa, man. And they're like, he's inside the gate. And he's running towards the main gate and grinning, ear to ear, full face split. Full out just being like, let's do this. And I was just so stoked for it. I was like, I could follow this kid all day. Give Bellamy a treat. It was so exciting. And I could not have been more like happy with the way that he showed who Luffy was. Jumps in, Straw Hat Luffy does a double kick to the face and guards by the door. Immediately just kicks ass. And it was perfect, completely perfect. And that's how I knew we were not in Kansas anymore.
I love how quickly it gets right to the action.
Oh, it's incredible. Like, so many times when you're reading something, you have to do so much exposition to get into anything that's going to make you, pet your boy, that's going to make you feel like you're in it. But this was like, no wait. You're not going to have to sit around and wait forever for things to happen. It's the same way that I said that he did things with Dragon and with Hawkeye and getting to see red-haired Shanks. He doesn't make us wait forever to see the cool stuff. He's like, the whole thing is cool. I don't have to hold back a couple of cool things. Everything we do here is going to be top tier. So don't worry about it. Let's go.
Which is kind of wild considering the series is so long that it does constantly make you wait for stuff, but it doesn't really feel like on the individual levels it does that often. I think it also comes from the fact that One Piece arcs being named after location kind of doesn't feel correct here the way it does in Skypiea, just because like Water 7 and Enies Lobby are so connected that very much Enies Lobby doesn't have to do setup. The second you're at the island, you know what you need to know when it's time to move.
Yeah, exactly. And so while everyone else is going to make a plan and we're going to watch them come in slowly, getting to watch through Luffy's eyes means that we get to do this in two ways. We have kind of a slow burn going on, and then we have like an immediate hype. And I think that was a perfect choice for it. I also like that he keeps using like a map of the area where we get to see where the characters are and at what time the characters are there. Having said that, and this is a huge fucking arc.
Yep.
It could not this.
It's over 50 chapters, yeah.
It's a huge arc, yeah. Franco, that's exactly it. And so I think you needed to have a person going slow and a person going fast. Spanman, by the way, God, I hate him. I hate him so much.
Yes,
I hate him enough that I would make Spanman hang out with Pearl. Yeah.
You know what's funny about that? Pearl could probably kick Spandam's ass.
He's so
actually
gross.
Wait, could Pearl kick Spandam's ass because he has to fight Funkfried, the elephant sword?
Yeah. I don't know much about Pearl. I just saw him suck for a minute and be gross.
I mean, his shields were kick resilient.
Yeah, no. I don't know. If he has to fight the elephant, that's a question, but I don't want to say anything nice about Spanman because it's him and he sucks.
Yeah, I mean, what's it?
Mama Drugs, Roman Empire. No, the Roman Empire is Mama Drugs, Roman Empire. When I saw that thing about the Roman Empire the first time, I was like, dude, I think about the Roman Empire nonstop, especially aqueducts. You catch me in a moment fading off in the distance, I'm probably talking about aqueducts in my head.
I think about gladiators a bit.
I think about gladiators.
Gladiators were so much more neat.
I was kind of obsessed.
Yeah, gladiators are so much more neat than people think of them as.
Yeah, I did an obsession about that for a while. I'm on aqueducts right now. You know?
Fair.
Army runs on its stomach, but you only have 3 days without water before you die. So, love me some aqueducts. Okay. I want to get into...
Spandex.
I want to get in... What did someone say?
Someone called Spandam Spandex.
Not even Spanman's dad likes him. I am loving these put downs for Spanman. I would like to have a shirt that talks about like all the different put downs, not even Spanman. And it'd be a great insult for someone. You remind me of Spanman.
Spandam, by the way, not Spanman.
Spam ma'am.
Spam ma'am. Okay. No, fuck it. If we're in the moment of diving into our deep hatred of Spandam, this is the time that I need to dive into. This community loves to talk about how Kiji is the good guy admiral. Look what a nice guy he is. He's so good. He let the Straw Hats get away. This fucker gave the Buster Call to Spandam. He has to have spoken to Spandam before. He has to know who Spandam is as a person and was like, yeah, this guy feels like a guy I should give the ultimate military power to, that I should give command over a ship, 10 battleships full of captains helmed by 5 vice admirals. I should give that power to Spandam. It's
interesting because this person was mentioning lazy justice, but I don't think it's lazy justice because I was kind of having a little time watching him and I was thinking, like, it's not lazy, it's reckless, and also it costs you more work. When you give that much power to a person who's incapable of wielding power, it's always going to be more work in the end. Like, that's why kindergartens don't run kindergarten.
Tell me why the government doesn't have an Enies lobby anymore. Tell me why they don't have that anymore. Did Luffy punch Enies lobby apart? Did Luffy show up and break every building with his fists? No.
Yeah, and it's not... Yeah, and I agreed, Red, but it's not just lazy, like, it's not just recklessness. Like, you don't let kindergartens run kindergarten because they'll ruin kindergarten. They'll make decisions like eating paste and, becoming wild and shooting things.
Look, someone said it's a fuck up. I'm gonna curse sometimes. I've decided. It turns out I can get away with a bit of cursing. I'm just gonna try to do it less. We're going for middle ground. We're going for reduced cursing. I'm only gonna do it when it has impact. But Aokichi's irresponsible. Don't give this person a buster call.
This person wanted to know what I felt about the concept of justice held by so many different Marines. And there's a pet the boy, by the way. I think it's weird. Because there does, but I think it works if you're. Okay, let me think about this.
Okay.
I'm trying not to push in on any kind of corkboard world, but at the same time tell what I think, just so you know why it's challenging.
Yeah.
So I think it's really wild to have so many different people have kind of their own idea of justice and holding the idea of justice on their own. Because if you're really putting together like an army, a navy, etc., or just military in general, there's always one kind of, and they have it, the justice symbol, but they don't define what justice is. So because there's no defining of what justice is, and they're allowing so many people to come up with their own idea, and that's what I liked about lazy justice, because it shows us that each person is making their own decision on what justice looks like and what justice is. And we saw that when we saw Okichi's lazy justice. And so then I started to think about, but that's the perfect thing to do. If there's evil within a system and it wants that chaos and it feeds on chaos, the perfect thing to do is to create a system that's not a system. So you have a way of pulling people together, you have a way of uniting military force, but within that military force, you don't continue to push into people what justice looks like and what justice, how it's reinforced, how it's met, etc. So you just have, it's like freaking Catan out there. People are making bargains with each other, and they're talking one military person to the other person and just kind of trying to come up with an idea of what justice would be like to them. And everyone has their own theory of justice, so it's chaotic. Everyone's type of justice is actually chaotic justice, even if they're lazy justice, because the different types of justice are naturally going to work against each other at different points. And so you're going to have things like Smoker telling the truth and putting it out there, and other people saying like, hell's no, we're not going to listen to you and your truth, because our version of truth means that that isn't my view of justice. It gives him too much power. It gives him too much whatever. And so Are you frozen or thinking?
What?
I think you might be frozen.
I think I'm frozen.
Yeah, you're frozen.
All right. You keep going. I'm going to fix that.
Okay. And so because of that, I think it is, at first I was like, this is the stupidest system ever. Like, none of the military meets up on what justice is. And then I was like, actually, if we're talking about justice being not the important part, but the important part being that it's run by something that could be, I don't know, a shadow of darkness, then hell yeah, you want everyone to have a different idea of justice. And hell yeah, you want everyone to have infighting. You want everyone to disagree on what it looks like to mete out justice, which is why when you have one admiral shooting a ship full of innocent civilians, and you have another one who's like, I would never in my life done that. And there seems to be no checks and balance for it. And that's perfect if what you're trying to do is sow chaos. Bring your people together, use them as an entity, but make sure that there are enough people creating chaotic justice that you put everyone on pins and needles. Everyone in this world is walking on eggshells because of that justice.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. You know,
yeah.
I'm sad T-Bone's not strong enough to become an admiral, because I bet that guy would just have, like, good person justice as his brand.
Yeah. And so this unseen octagon said exactly what I was saying. The flaws in the system are actually its purpose. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you were to turn it into an elevator pitch, and I love that. I hate it. It's frustrating and it pisses me off, but I love it. Yeah. T-Bone? God dang. I love that man. he's so great. You want to show your mom? I saw some clips, but the clips I saw was like, terrible. We're not talking about them yet.
We're not talking about the clips you saw yet. Although, we're getting pretty close to one because Luffy's rushing off on his own.
Oh, God. Okay.
Well, I was thinking of the good one.
When we finally come up to the gate, we have our half giants pushing open the gate. And then they meet the real giants. I'm kind of moving a little bit ahead.
Yeah, let's jump ahead. We got to make progress. We got to get through it.
But I want to save my friends. There's no... Okay. Sorry for jumping in, says... Fits with Saul's quote. I don't know what justice is anymore, but I want to save my friends. There's no clear justice for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mama's Luffy in the reading. So... When we look at Kashi and is it Oima?
Oimo and Kashi.
Okay. When we look at them, as soon as we saw them, I was like, please God, let there be a moment with Usopp and his like undying loyalty to the giants and how much he loves them. Thank you so much. And let this be the time that he gets to bring his deep, utter respect for the giants. And so when that happens, oh, God, I got a little teary there too. And I was like, oh, this is a sweet arc. I was wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think this is genuinely a sweet arc. It's just, it is bittersweet for certain.
Yeah, no, it's like the darkest chocolate and they didn't put any sugar in it.
Every time the arc makes you cry, it's because there's something joyful with the sadness. Like, there is no teary point in this arc that doesn't have a tinge of sweetness.
Geek Master, I'm just going to put out this out for you. I don't know how far you are through, but it turns out that the Sniper King is Usopp.
What? Are we sure that's true? Because a chatter, I don't know if you remember. I was just editing, so I was reminded of this. It's fresh in my mind. A chatter last time pointed out that Usopp is from Syrup Village in East Blue, whereas Sniper King is from Sniper Island in your heart.
Yeah, except for they actually open it up in here and do a reveal at the end.
That's weird.
Not everyone probably read that far, but yeah.
Yeah, you're probably ahead of some of the people who didn't know it.
I'm probably ahead of some of the people. Some of you just don't know yet. Okay. Can I tell you that I don't know if I've ever had as much fun in a fight as Luffy taking on that whole first lobby area.
Just blasting his way through Marines.
Oh, like, I just want to say, fuck. That was delightful.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so good. Like, I couldn't get over it.
Man,
I'm watching Luffy
you just cursed.
Standing in the middle. Yeah, that's how good it is.
Yeah.
I said that out loud when I was reading it, too, because I was just like, oh my God. This is so good. Because we hadn't got to see this in a little while. And so I just couldn't get over when Luffy is standing in the middle. It's crowded full of people, military force, all of them with their own idea of justice. And Luffy is just in the middle and they're circling around him. And he goes, there are over 10,000 soldiers on Enies lobby. Yeah?
Yep.
I'm by myself. Get out of my way. Oh.
It's so good. Hey, this is the first time we see that while Luffy doesn't kill opponents often, he's not adverse to killing, because he just sends the men and women of the Navy flying into that pit.
Oh, it was so good.
Like,
it was,
there are piles of Marines whose husbands and wives got letters because of Luffy hurling them in that pit. We should just make clear.
In Luffy's defense, he did tell them to get out of his way.
He did. You're right. He gave them ample warning of what was to come.
He did say, I see you have 10,000 soldiers, and I'd like to raise you one alone pirate.
One Luffy. That should be fine.
I am bringing a single Luffy. Get out of my way. So he did warn them that it was possible they weren't going to make it.
Yep.
They just maybe didn't take him seriously enough. I don't know what to tell
I
you.
think they did not listen adequately to what was happening there.
Yep. I think it was, what are you going to do?
It's great. It's so great. Luffy just blitzing his way through Enies lobby and everyone else coming through like, seems like there should be more people.
And it was also really great
that 5 good subs. It's amazing.
That's incredible. Thank you very, very much. It means so much. It was also really great because lately when we've been seeing things with Luffy, he's been challenging Luffy, which is great. I'm glad Oda is challenging Luffy and not just making it super easy on us, because Luffy has to grow as a character, and that makes sense. But this was like a little wink and a nod and a little let me give you something. Esteban redeemed. You have to drop and give them 5.
Valid.
Because we've been seeing so much of Luffy being challenged nonstop that actually getting to see Luffy, knowing in our hearts that Luffy was going to win. And we knew Luffy was going to win because he gave him the cheeky, yeah, and I'm all alone, get out of my way. And so it was such a gift to readers to be like, yep, that's right. I'm gonna win. And then when we go back and forth between the different branches of people, turn back, I won't let you pass this gate. Da, 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 da. Yes, Kashi and Oimo agree. We'll smash you flat down into your marrow. And how small they make our half giants look like. They look like quarter giants or 4/16 giants.
We also do find out later this arc that there are giants who don't come from Elbaf who seem to be significantly shorter than the Elbaf giants. So they might be half that kind.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. So when we get to see the fight of them going in there, I was actually really sad because I was like, I'm really sad that they're going to have to beat them up, and now we're not going to get to see Usopp's moment with Elbaf. So I was so grateful to Oda for bringing them back in and letting them come around. But also, giants don't seem to fit on a boat. Yeah. But also, the reason I loved it is that it allowed the story of Usopp to come back in like we hoped it would. It allowed Usopp to have another area that he has a specialty in this relationship building between people that are important to him and how he builds really unique relationships and meaningful relationships. And I really enjoyed that as well. And then earlier I talked about how I thought that people are going to ask Luffy to be the Pirate King, and that Luffy and the actions of Luffy and others are allowing people to see what's wrong in their life and make changes. And this is a huge example of that as Luffy comes in here with his team, these people find out about how they're being played by the government and then get to make a choice to join the other side. And so I think that we're going to see more and more of that as we go through. People who don't like the idea of justice and more are able to see the shadow that's over people. Whoa, thank you for their subs. That's really
5
sweet.
gifted subs. Anacrazul.
And so I think because of that, we're going to, as Luffy goes through with his team and they do things like show people how they're being used and show people the way in which justice is being met out and all these types of different things, I think weakens the overall strength of the Shadow of Darkness. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Luffy, throw it as a prediction. Luffy managing to get more and more people to his side, turning away from the government, will weaken the power of control of the Shadow, which you firmly believe now is in the government.
Certainly. Like with the information I have and where I'm at, I firmly believe that it's in the government. I'm always willing to change my mind, and I'm always willing to be wrong.
I just want to point out
and then I wait. Yeah.
Look how much better the art looks now that we did to delete your art. That's why that
Easy.
button is there, because if I know what I'm doing and I'm forced to restart, we go in with a better idea in mind, we get something better.
That's beautiful, actually. I love this composition. I love the way that the tail and the smoke work together. I think that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Luffy is a selfish character. The more people that get to know him, the more they do this selfishness benefits everyone else too. Yeah, I don't. It's interesting because I don't always see Luffy as a selfish So I don't see Luffy as a selfish character a lot.
A long time ago, I heard the best. Sorry, you finish, and I'll say this.
Yeah, even though I think that he does a lot of things that are selfish on the surface, I think that he has an intrinsic value of helping other people to meet their best and to pull themselves out of bad situations. And if people want to do that, he wants to help them, but he chooses what he wants to put his action, his might, and his resources towards. He chooses that kind of selfishly to go along with his own dreams. But then he goes and does things like, get up to the damn bell because it meant something to someone else.
So
not
this
him.
This is the phrasing that I've heard that I think is so true. Luffy is an utterly selfish character, but he is someone for whom the thing that will make him happiest is other people's happiness. Meaning, he is both selfish. His selfishness looks like selflessness most of the time because he's so deeply kind. He is such a kind person that him being selfish is almost always just making the world a better place.
Yeah. And I think this person is right when they remind me that what Robin said, Luffy is a romantic, because that's kind of what it looks like. Like he's choosing to do things, and the things he chooses is because he's a romantic. So there's selfishness in it, but no good deed or good act is selfless. I'd like to see any of us try to claim that we're selfless people. You're not. Even if you're trying to do good things for other people, that has a selfishness to it because it makes you feel good. And it makes you have a better opinion of yourself. So there's selfishness within that. And I'm here for that level of selfishness. Sodom and Gomorrah, come on.
They're great.
Cool names. Every time I read it, I would laugh my ass off. Something cool about Frankie. By the way, I grew to adore Frankie in this arc. Like, Frankie and I are now best friends. We did braid each other's hair, in case anybody is wondering.
There's a thing I forgot to send you. The theme, they originally made a random Mook battle theme. They were looking to make a theme for the anime that was just like, this is Mook fights. And they loved it so much, and it had so much more personality. They were like, no, we have this character who's about to have a cool fight with Luffy, and then is going to be like a major part of Enies' lobby. Give it to this guy. This is this dude's theme, because it's too good to be a regular battle theme. I'll send it to you. It plays on my head constantly on repeat. I meant to send it to you. Frankie has one of the best soundtracks in all of One Piece.
That's really cool. This person wrote down, I'd like to hear that soundtrack. Shen Graff wrote down something about the BF-36. I did see that. I did notice it. I think somebody in book chat made a mention of it and talked about it too. And that theme, I'm going to look to see where it's carried on in other things, because that idea is, if you built something, nothing's intrinsically bad or intrinsically good. I talk about this all the time when we have arguments in schools about whether to let kids have cell phones. And I'm like, well, we could also not let them have paper. You can write hate things on paper. You can leave that pass that paper to someone else and ruin their life. The difference is to what extent can that paper be sent out. A phone is just a container. It is neither good or bad. It's what you do inside of it that makes it so. And so it's a really interesting idea that whatever you create, because you create your ideas, you create the hatred that you send out, or you create the love. But if you put love into the thing that you create, and you've created it for the right reasons, and you take responsibility for it, wow, that's also let's be honest, that's a really good metaphor for good parenting. Like, you put it out there. If you haven't taken enough interest in that person you put on the planet, and they are neither good or bad, it is the love and the emotion and the joy that you put into them. And so I thought that was a really cool thing that I'm hoping to see a lot throughout the arcs now, this idea.
How do you think Tom would feel knowing that Frankie has become a cyborg and titled himself the next Battle Frankie.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
I just was thinking about this because of people pointing out that Frankie labels himself the next Battle Frankie by putting BF-36 on his shoulders. And I'm thinking about, like, how would Tom feel knowing that Frankie's become a cyborg and has named himself the next Battle Frankie? Like, changed his name to Frankie because he is Battle Frankie 36. Like, do you think he'd be proud of him or do you think he'd be disappointed? Like, it's actually hard to know.
I think he'd be very proud of him because that's that exact thing that we were just talking about a thing that if you built something, you have to love it, and it is neither good or bad. It is the love that you put into it and your responsibility towards it. When he rebuilt himself, that was also an opportunity where he was hurting others in part because he didn't love himself. In my opinion, the way I saw it is his parents left him alone to trudge through the world, and it gave him this feeling of not being enough, of not being loved, of not being enough for his parents to keep him. And it gave him a bad attitude, and it made him not care enough about things, even though Tom was trying to put all of his love into him and continued to love him and understand his need to make these things. So I think Tom would be so proud of him because he got it. He built himself. He remade himself. And then he took responsibility for it and loved that thing that he built. And it almost felt like it took 36 times for him to understand that in order to be the right kind of person, you have to love yourself and take responsibility for yourself first.
That's really beautiful. Oh my God. And because the entire lesson was Tom teaching him to love what he built, and he sacrificed his life to try to save Tom instead of valuing himself. But in an desperate act to survive, living for him, not Tom, he turned himself into one of his creations. That's kind of beautiful.
Well, this person said if there's obvious about Cyborg Frankie on the page, it's that he loves himself. And I think Frankie the Cyborg really does love himself. That he's proud of the different ways that he acts in the world, and he's proud of the things that he's built, and he's proud of the way he's able to use his new cyborg body, and he sees himself as a machine that he takes responsibility for and nurtures. And he's forced himself to have to refuel himself with cola, questionable, but okay, because it's delicious, to refuel himself with cola all the time, so he can't just stop caring for himself either. He has to continually upkeep him. And he has to continually revive himself.
But I think he's also found a way to solve his problem of being worried weapons he builds will be used for the wrong thing. This is the next Battle Frankie. It's the only one he's built. And since he is the weapon, he gets to make sure it's only ever used for what he thinks is worthwhile.
Exactly.
That's
if he doesn't
really
have the cola in, he can't battle. Yeah. And so I loved that he had the Battle 36 on him, because that's exactly what I thought was like, God damn it, Tom would be so proud of you. He'd be so proud that you get it now. And now you can help others because you actually did help yourself first.
That's really beautiful.
And that's why he was able to create such a beautiful community. And he was able to have people who loved him back because he's actually able to love himself now. So he's giving love back out to the bros. And you can see how much support they give him, because when he goes off, not only do the Straw Hats go after Robin, but his crew goes after Bro Frankie. So you can see just how much that worked.
I was going to move on from Frankie, but someone said, jokingly, he loves Frankie, but what about Cuddy Flam? Hear me out on this. Unironically, and this is a take that I've heard from trans people, Frankie works as a trans allegory. And genuinely to the point that if someone used the classic bit of rhetoric of I identify as a helicopter, Frankie would be like, that's so cool, man. I identify as a battleship. Literally rebuilt himself and named him what he names the battleships he builds. And when he's called Cuddy, gets mad about it, and he's like, I'm Frankie now. I think Frankie actually works as a trans allegory for finding one's identity in the person you see yourself truly as. I genuinely think that's a reading you can take.
I can absolutely see that.
Yeah, he gets dead named and he gets upset about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, especially since he gets so upset about being dead named. I'm turning the kettle on. That's why I was walking.
No problem.
I identify as a battle shit. I want. I want that on
God, oh no, honestly, identify as a battleship on the back and then like a BF-36 on the shoulder sounds really cool. That sounds so rad.
Oh my god, as a patch?
That's really cool.
Yeah. I'd want a flight jacket or something with that.
Yeah, but
so
I think not trans is in finding your gender, but I think a lot of what Frankie has done could be seen as like gender affirming. He became bigger, more muscly. He has these giant forearms, and sure, he was masculine before, but he's become like a hyper masculine definition of himself. I genuinely think like there's a reason, and people are saying in chat that they know other trans people who feel this way. I think there's a reason that Frankie's popular with trans fans of the series, and I think he really does work as an allegory, even if he's obviously not transgender himself. I think as an allegory, he fits really well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. It's an allegory. They use his world government name. Yeah, they do. Yes, Paladin, they do. When the government gets a hold of him, then they intentionally misname him and use his government name, his old name. Because he didn't just change his name because he was running away. He changed his name because he redefined who he was and learned to love who he was and see himself as a creation. Like we all should. Like we are rebuilding ourselves to be better people all the time. And Frankie actually went out and did that after he was so badly hurt. And that is wicked. And I could totally see people using this as an allegory and think that's super cool.
Someone said he's post-op trans, and I just came thought, well, no, he's only had front surgery, not back surgery. Because of the whole top surgery, bottom surgery bit, he doesn't have his back is flesh. I don't know. I thought it was a good bit. I thought it was a good bit.
His backwards horse thing, where his top half is on the back and his bottom half is on the front. I was like, yeah, that is Oda in a snapshot right there. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm just gonna turn it on its side and make it a little bit different. Yes, that's right. His Super Centaur. I actually thought I was impressed at how not bossy Frankie was in this arc. That remember when I said that he's like a red rug in a room? Yeah. And he is. He absolutely is. But I saw that Oda did blend in his Frankiness and make it work for the arc. And I was like, yeah, if Frankie ended up being on the ship, I wouldn't be mad about it. It would be fine. It would be sad for his bros, but like Frankie pointed out when they were on the ship, that he trusts them. He knows they can do without him. And so I was like, yeah, okay. I could see that. I could see that being okay. And then eventually, apparently, we'll get somebody with an afro, and I'm into that too.
Yeah. It's Aokiji. Okay. He's here to join.
Let's go back into the fight with Luffy because they come back into the fight with Luffy. The dude, does he have a name? The guy who is reporting to Spandam what's taking place inside of the courtyard?
I don't think so. Like, it was just a soldier, right? Not Bluno?
Yeah, somebody asked me, Red Dragon, if I would be interested in seeing a crew member with an afro, and then I was like, oh, we're gonna get a crew member with an afro, cool.
Yeah, y'all gotta be subtle.
Isn't that perfect? That is Kato, that is awesome. I'm constantly looking for clues. Like I said, I won't cheat, but I'll jaywalk. Okay. I'll be jaywalking all over the place. In this one where the random dude is talking to Spandam and Spandam says, I see. Tell me, have you caught the Straw Hat who invaded the main island? Yes, sir. Well, estimate about 400. 400? What are you talking about? Casualties. What? Casualties? He's beaten 400 guards? No, sorry. I need to revise that estimate. So there's 100 more. Oh, of course your opponent is one boy. My guards aren't trash. They can't lose. And then he goes, wait, 500? Fool, you mean 5 guards? No, 500. Wait, I'm wrong. That's hitting their head. The updating of how many guards are dead being done in hundreds.
It's a good bit. This is what we talked about with give your D&D party a Bellamy. The entire Navy is the Bellamy. The entire Navy is a chance for Luffy to get to flex and be like, no, send your best after me or things do not end well for you.
Absolutely phenomenal. And then when we have It's Been a While director and everybody comes in, they bring Nico Robin, they bring Frankie. Is that Cha Papa dude actually supposed to be an owl kind of thing?
He's owl themed. Each of them has an animal theme. Spandam is a panda, Jabara's a wolf, Khalifa's a sheep. He is meant to be owl themed. Fukuro Kujo? Or is he just Fukuro? Fukuro Kujo's a later character. Never mind. Fukuro? He's got a name.
When I first read the Cha Papa, I was like, I hate that. And then by the end of the arc, I was like, that's hilarious.
Here's the thing. It doesn't grow on you the same if you have to hear it out
loud. That's funny you were going to say that, because I was like, that's hilarious. And then I was like, I wonder what the voice actor sounded like when they did that. And then I was like, ooh, can you imagine having to hear that like 50 times in one episode?
It's something like cha-pa-pa, cha-pa-pa, cha-pa-pa. So,
okay, that's just gross, actually. Let's never say that again. But I would, in my head, instead go cha-pa-pa, which, by the way, way cooler.
I agree with you.
You should have tried doing it that way. Yeah. My way of doing the cha-pa-pa was so cool that I actually didn't hate it.
Good to know.
This person says, I actually love it in the anime.
You're allowed to have opinions.
You're lucky you didn't have to hear the second half of that, because whenever Drock says that to me, it's like, even when your opinions are trash, garbage, and wrong.
Look, my tone can imply a lot.
Yeah, but you actually didn't say it to them, which was a real kindness in comparison to what I usually get.
Oh, I gotta turn myself on Do Not Disturb. Just a moment. There we go. God, this composition kind of kicks ass, actually.
No, it's beyond kick-ass. I love it so much.
I'm very glad. All right.
I wonder which one you're going to use. Are you going to use this one that I chose for the arc, and then the other one for corkboard?
No, because corkboard we're not doing today. I'm going to use the other one for the thumbnail because it's kind of iconic.
So are you going to use this one on corkboard the next time we do corkboard, or what?
No, corkboard will have its own picture.
Going is my point.
This one's just for now. It's just for us to have a drawing going.
Jormax, we're going into 380 right now. I love that he listed them. Owlhead, who's always dripping snot out, listed the power levels of all of them. I was kind of pissy that Khalifa was so far down to the bottom, but I was really happy to see the power listed out like that, so that we knew what the where's my beginning of Chapapa? Here we go. So we knew what the 6 power skills ranking for them was. Also, I would have liked to have seen it again.
Yeah.
After they got their devil fruit.
I feel like Khalifa, power-wise, would probably be stronger than Fukuro, if not for the fact if she were stationed while they were undercover at Galila fighting people and being a carpenter instead of being a secretary, because it's probably hard to get them gains in when you're a full-time secretary for a couple of years.
Yeah, I was actually kind of watching it and thinking like, okay, why is her power level so low? And then I was like, yeah, well,
I think
she just didn't have the same job as they had while they were there.
I think it's similar to Bluno. Like, Bluno was not that much stronger from when they left. He was working in a bar instead of being a galley law carpenter, getting in fights with pirates.
So that he could give the ultimate...
Yeah. Devil fruit powers wouldn't be measured by the strength rating, though, so it probably wouldn't affect... Although Kaku probably would, because Zoan fruits make you stronger.
Yeah. I know it doesn't measure, it only measures the 6 power, but I would like to see kind of like, does it add, is she able to use it in a way that, Anyway.
I bet she could if she put some work into it. Like, I bet you could mix shave and the ability to slip around on the ground to do like a really fast kick or something.
Thank you so much, Watsuba. That's really, really kind.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Matsuba.
It's not letting me sign into my Twitch account, so I can't be Mama Drock in here right now, but I'm in here. I might send random messages as a random stranger. Spoiler alert. You and I disagree.
Yes.
On the dragon fruit.
Devil fruit?
Or sorry, why?
I don't know. That one sticks with you.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's because it's a magical place and it should have dragons all over the place. But you and I disagree. I hate her devil fruit.
I think the soap fruit is great.
Yeah, I think it's just pervy nonsense.
Uh-huh.
On the other hand, I love his.
Yeah, there was a time when we were doing the tier list where you were talking about what your Sona was going to be, and you were like, it's a giraffe. And I was like, yeah, you love giraffes. Giraffes are awesome. And it was just a little nod to anybody who was paying attention.
This person here who said soap fruit is trash, agreed. I think it sucked. And I think he kind of knows it, because Nami even says, like, no, I'm talking like some old perverted man. And I was like, exactly.
For what it's worth,
we know why you made this fruit for this chick.
For what it's worth, it kind of makes sense. Nami's kind of gay coded if you pay attention.
That's fine. I don't care if she's gay. I'm just saying, like, she can be gay all day. My thing is, I'm like, I don't like the fruit. And then Nami confirms why I don't like the fruit. And P.S. Giraffes are awesome. And it does make sense that I loved his Karen, because his Karen is awesome.
Did you watch the clip I sent you of giraffes are awesome? I love giraffes.
I did love that. It was so great.
So good.
It was just so great. I also like that again and again, Frankie keeps biting people's head. Come on.
It's a good
he
move.
is one of the only ones who bites people's heads. We don't meet a lot of people who's putting the heads in the mouth and just chomp. So I really enjoyed that. And I was so glad that I had the color version. What's the name of the dude with the long lion hair?
Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
Hair? Okay, zooming in.
Oh yeah, the Kumadori.
Kumadori. I was so glad, thank you everyone, that I had the colored version, because I would have been so disappointed if I didn't know that his hair was that awesome shade of pink.
Yeah. Do we want to, since we're talking about CP9, jump to Bluno ambushing Luffy? Or is there something else to cover?
But that's kind of far up ahead, right?
I don't remember the exact order. I skimmed these in advance, but I don't remember the exact detailed order.
Let me just see if there's anything that I really wanted. If there was anything in here that was really important to me to talk about, and then maybe we will. The train ramming in and having her set up the two great guys to drag the train through the court. That was fantastic.
Yep.
Kokomo, she really rocks it. She really brings it to the table.
Kokoro is essential to a team victory here at like 3 separate points.
And as soon, even when we thought it was a super sexy mermaid, as soon as they were mermaiding, I was like, shut up. How did I not look up her name? Obviously, Kokoro is a mermaid, and then
what does it mean?
Thickened up her body and showed, and I was like, that's so amazing.
What does her name mean?
I don't know, still haven't looked it up.
Oh, okay. I thought it meant something to do with mermaid. Okay.
I had an assuming that it would have been. Oh, color is going in. Giants go off on the way. I need to make sure that my giants don't get left out in the cold. This arc too sees a lot of Zoro giving the best lines ever.
There's just so many
That's
good
right, somebody told me that.
Action one-liners in this arc in general.
Yes. But also, the reason I didn't want to move ahead yet is because I just wanted to say, when you're in chapter 380 and you're reading it, you realize a couple of things right away. The hype that all of these people are giving the Straw Hats, you're like, well, first of all, the rest of the Straw Hats are all getting bounties on their heads, even before the moments. Even before. And I'm going to be using the word moment heavily.
Let's get ready. It's moment day, everybody.
So you better all prepare and put down your drinking games, because we're going to get her done, son, and you're going to be worried about.
But that's the thing about Enies. Everybody gets a moment. Everybody gets their own big showing.
the moment for everyone. Because this is, as we were going through this part, I said, holy shit, their moment. Their bounties are going to go through the roof already, right away. And they are getting such a reputation. To see the Frankie's group and the other people that are with them, the shipbuilders, the way that they admire them and the heaps of love they're putting on them, and the, oh my God, I can't believe how amazing they were. And they were already kind of doing this in the train thing, and how it hypes in this. I was like, this is going to change the entire manga, because they're no longer are they going to be this little ragtag group quietly moving through the world with a few people knowing who they are, and then people being like, they can't be worth this many berries. Like, I'm sorry, after Enies lobby, that thing is busted right off the hinge. Now they're big. This is big time. And it started right in 380 when they were like, we should have introduced ourselves. Yeah, Zoro, you should have. That I was like, you are going to completely change the way that this is written and done. I can already see it.
These are no longer no-name pirates. This is like one of the world government's major installations of military power, and they just fucking ran in to steal a woman.
Yeah, but it's also the way that all the people are standing there and hyping them up, that you know that everyone who survives this is going to be going on to tell the legends, that bards are going to be writing songs about this, and all the people who are there, that like, does not matter how big you think it was, they're bigger, they're this, they're that, and the stories are going to become more and more outrageous. So you can already feel the kind of word of mouth, word of snail that this is going to take on, newspaper delivery bird that this is going to take on. Like, it's going to be everywhere globally, which changes the way that you can act when suddenly you're a household name.
The news coups will carry the name of Monkey D. Luffy on the winds.
And the Straw Hats.
Yep.
And so once you know that's going to happen, you're kind of like, as a reader, going like, shit, what is this going to look like now? Oh, that's cool. Love that. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, is it gear time?
My God, you're obsessed with gear time.
Look, I want to get to it. It's one of my favorite bits of the series.
You can want to get to something, but you still need to cover the other things. Everyone deserves their due.
You're right.
Everyone deserves their due.
No, Robin's story does not come before gear time. You are misremembering. It comes right after, immediately after gear time.
Yeah, it is literally. Don't you love that just before they all go in, though, and this is why you have to eat your veggies? Good point. Thank you. Wait, no, this is a silly pirate manga. What do you mean we're declaring a one-word is the threat of violence? Nice. This is when Polly says, if you meet them, tell them they're fired.
I love that. Continuing the trend of perfect one-liners, like perfect 80s movie one-liners throughout this arc.
He couldn't have written this arc better. He honestly could not have written this arc better.
I'm going to be real. I genuinely don't... My favorite arc that I like better, I don't think is written more tightly than this. I've said before that I am always going to put... the biggest hype, the biggest emotions to me are going to go higher than perfectly refined, perfect storytelling. But I do think Enies Lobby, it's hard to imagine something being written more cleanly and precisely. It's just so good.
Yeah, no, we haven't skipped Sodom and Gomorrah sacrifice. Don't you even worry about it. That's why I said he tried to skip Sodom and Gomorrah sacrifice. But I love, no, the unluckies are alive, and so are Sodom and Gomorrah. Goodness sake. But before we move forward, I wanted to say, I like the way that he goes in, he kind of goes through a cycle in this thing, and I started to feel like there was a little bit of predictability in his methodology, which let me relax into how terrible things were. Because it's like big, huge battle, quiet, funny moment in between a couple of people. And then one person will have a great line like, this is going well. These guys are a big help. Take us to Luffy, King Bowls. And then that leads you into the next scene, which is when there's a big moment like that, we know we're going to switch and see it from a new perspective. So I kept being like, okay, we're going to come back. King Bulls are going to be fighting. And he did it in such a nice, organized way that even though there was a lot of chaos and there was a lot of change and we had different groups of people moving, I thought it was way more trackable even than Alabasta. And I thought Alabasta had been done well because he used his map work and he let us know where everybody was going, but this was even better. There was some kind of like predictability to it that my mind was picking up subtly. And then later I started to read it again and realized like, oh no, that's very intentionally built. He did a really neat job here with how he built it. And I love that for us. It's because we went back in.
There's really precise like story handoffs.
Yeah. And then we knew exactly where we were going to come back in, so we didn't have to feel like uncomfortable. And then when we came back in, I was like, uh-oh. I was already prepared to be worried about Sodom and Gomorrah because he was like, these guys are amazing. And I'm like, uh-oh. That's not going to be
Are you paying
good.
attention to Sodom and Gomorrah? Are you looking at them now?
Hey, are you looking at these giant king bulls? Aren't they cool? Uh-oh. Can't believe how many times he punches Robin in the face. I hate him so much. He should have broke his back again.
You just... What does that mean to you? Is that like another break? Is that just like further flexing him after it's broken? Oh, he has a tie. I forgot Jabara has a tie.
After she broke his back, he should have stood him upright, then folded him forward so hard it snapped in a new way.
Understood. Okay.
Because he literally, first he kicks her and then stomps all over.
Yep.
I hate him so much.
I think you are allowed to hate Spandam, the nepotistic man who blows up a world government headquarters, kicks women, kidnaps people for right of birth. Like, I think
so much.
I think you are allowed to hate that man.
So we go to Luffy, and this is where you get your rights because we're not going to see the murdering of Sodom and Gomorrah yet. So Luffy comes out when we come back out, main island, front of the courthouse. Luffy is like, the last building, but there's no road there. And then a door out of the middle of nowhere opens up. Oh, look, it's an air door. God, that's so much.
The door fruit is sick.
Oh, it's so good.
Do you think it's your favorite CP9 devil fruit?
Yeah, no, not even a question.
Not even a question? Love it. Giraffe ain't up there, leopard ain't got it, soap ain't winning?
Soap. I'm a sexy sheep. No.
I mean, I don't think that was meant to be a sexy sheep at that point. I think that was her being a goofy idiot, which is a classic trope of One Piece.
I think that she and Wapol should get married. And have shitty kids.
Okay, noted. Oh, look, elephant is also up there. You're right. That is technically a CP9 devil fruit, the elephant fruit.
I really like the elephant. He uses it so crap, just like you would expect him to use it. The way that he uses his devil fruit is the way somebody who's just like a despicable, entitled, nepotistic little brat would use it, where he's like, he doesn't have a relationship with it. He doesn't learn about it. He doesn't perfect it. He just kind of has the one basic move because
his basic move is, my sword is an elephant.
No. Ooh, elephant sword. I'm like, what a waste. I could rock that elephant.
It's also wild that he gets access to the elephant fruit and he's like, I want this, but I don't want to have to fight, so I'm going to put this in a sword.
Yeah, that's true. And what if it had been a soap sword?
That's a good point.
You don't know what you're getting.
Because, like, a soap isn't sentient, so, like, how is it even going to use the power?
What, are you just going to flick your shitty soap out on people?
Just a sword that's constantly covered in like Dawn dish detergent.
You could become like, you can open your own car wash.
Yeah, don't think it would work.
You can just open a ship washing group and then be like, oh, look how shiny and slippery your ship is.
So far,
sexy.
So far, we've only seen Zoan fruits infused to weapons, which makes sense because they're animals, and it's hard to know what happens if you take like. I guess Luffy's fruit's the exception, because if you just made something made of rubber, it would just be made of rubber. Feed the gum fruit to a sword, and now you have a bad sword.
Yeah, now you just have a shitty sword. Yeah, so because there's no way of knowing what you're going to get, I think that feeding it to inanimate things makes it kind of questionable. I would like to see, and I don't know if he does it in the future, but I would like to see Oda just do a fruit where the person made the wrong choice and gave it to like an inanimate object, and it was just like fail fruit.
That could be fun.
Like a rubber fruit. Which is also why I asked you, who is making them? Do they have certain things they want to be on the earth?
This sounds like corkboard behavior to me.
Fine, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna stop corkboarding.
Next week, we can have you question the nature of devil fruits and who's making them.
Rip Potato is making them. Now I get to know. I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions now, Rip Potato. So when the door opens in the middle of nowhere, and out comes our fight, and he goes, "You're the cow who was with the pigeon guy. It seems our information was correct. Hey, how did you do that? That's cool. Is it magic?" says Luffy.
Luffy, you know what devil fruits are.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's exactly what I was gonna say. I was like, Luffy, you ate a devil fruit. You know what happened here. Since the start of the world government, no one has ever made it as far to this entrance to the government. How long do you plan to keep fighting? Luffy's answer: until I die. Great answer, Luffy.
Pretty cool.
Until I die. Ugh. Luffy is top tier in this arc.
He's
even
kicking ass.
Prior to Robin's in the building, right behind him. Out of my way, you big cow. You people still don't seem to have realized you're committing a major crime on a global scale. Then it shows the government flag. Then it shows Sodom and Gomorrah coming forward. Oh, I'm afraid we have to take a commercial break for Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, what's happened with them? Are they happy? Are they having a good
time? In comes
time?
Sodom and Gomorrah, and they're so happy, and they're showing the past, and they're like zooming through, and Chopper is on them, and he says the Frankie family found him and his brother. Both were nearly dead, and in the stomach of a giant Neptunian. And so we're so excited, and we're like, yay, they're heroes. And everybody is like, oh, we love Sodom and Gomorrah. And it goes all the way back into their history about how they were saved. Oh, back to Luffy. The world government is backed by the power of over 170 signatory nations from throughout the world. I didn't write down how many nations there were. That was just good information.
173. In
case
you're wondering.
Cowman. I'm going to put that on here too. There we go. To attack this island, which belongs to that massive organization, is to raise a standard of revolt against all those countries. So the reason that I loved this so much too is it was what I was talking about earlier. When you think about 173 nations all coming together, like imagine Earth having a form of world government that encompassed all the different countries. There would be all sorts of different ways of doing it. So another way that you can control the government is to have chaos government when everyone has their own idea of justice, because that would be a reason that the people of the earth could all agree to have one form of government if that justice could work with whatever their own thinking was.
Well, let's think about this, right? It's not all the countries we know for sure, because Skypiea isn't.
Yeah.
So there's at least some countries who aren't part of it.
100%, but getting 173 nations to agree to be part of the same government.
It's not nothing. I would say that sounds like a sizable number of them have signed on.
Yeah. And
right.
so for me, finding out about this thing, I was like, that also helps to explain why you could have something like, say, I don't know, a shadow of darkness inside of the government, because it would allow each country that joined to have their own idea of what it meant to have justice.
All right. Noted.
With its supreme majesty, the government will expose. With its supreme majesty, the government will expose each one of you to public humiliation and inflict horrible deaths upon you, a few dozen at most. You've got a pitiful force. I just told you, get out of the way. The Luffying is Luffying hard here.
Oh, yeah.
This fight, because right in the beginning, right away, he's fighting. And the thing that makes it so good is like you've got Gatling, shave, Gatling, shave. The fight is incredible. It's going back and forth. And Luffy is kind of coming out ahead. And so immediately you're thinking like, that's kind of impressive, because the last time they met up, Luffy got his ass handed to him soundly.
But
so once again, that's the thing.
But something that makes it really well written is that we were told ahead of time that this guy's one of the weakest members. So
yes,
we have one of their weakest
and
against our strongest.
And so you're like, okay, well, they're outside now, and this is a weaker member. And so it's possible that he's just winning now because he's in a bigger spot. It's with a weaker member, blah, blah, blah. But then you're also like, but he's still has a power of 6. So it's good to know that Luffy has kind of moved up a little bit. I don't know how much yet. We'll see. But then for Luffy to realize, like, yeah, this is great and all, and I probably can beat him, but at this rate, I'm never getting to the end and rescuing Robin. This is taking literally all my freaking time. So I am going to consciously choose to level up.
Now, it's worth noting, he implies that he came up with this in the past after his encounter with Aokiji.
He talked about it, but that's why he consciously chooses to level up, is that after he fought Aokiji, he said to himself, like, I'm going to need the ability to level up. So here I go. Time to do that.
Now, I want to get into our thought about this, but I think we need to get further for that. So let's just keep going with the story as is.
You need to drop and give them 5 first.
All right. But also, waiting for till later for that. Uh-oh. Unplug my earbuds. Oh, no.
Okay. I won't tell them any of the things that... Yeah, I'm here.
Oh no, I unplugged my earbuds, guys. This is a huge issue. Here. Hello? Can you try talking?
I can try talking all day, baby. I'm really good at talking.
I'm gonna need to work on that after push-ups. You keep talking and I'll figure out my audio.
I'm in charge now. This is Mama Drock coming in loud. I've taken over the Drock show. It's all me. Oh, now we're going to go places. We're going to go back first to hang out with Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Because I could do what I want. So we go back to Sodom and Gomorrah, who are 2 of the greatest boys. Let's be honest. Everyone here has to admit that their cute, cute faces and their giant, horsey, awesome sea bodies make them some of the cutest kids ever. And then those bastards come out with their giant chain balls and smash into the cutest boys ever and absolutely cream them and knock them unconscious. And yet, even though these poor little dudes are unconscious, surrounded by the bodies of the military, those absolute creep facers, they still raise their head and are smashing into things and trying to bring our crew up to the front. Sodom and Gomorrah, honestly, they better win prizes afterwards. I haven't seen anything yet. But if I don't see these great good kids win some kind of badge or honor, I'm going to be so angry. Yes, they're cute giant dino. Aww.
The audio's fixed. We're all good.
You can't be serious. Chopper isn't the only cute boy. There's so many cute kids here. As soon as Chopper cried, though, I lost it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
good.
me?
You just didn't respond, so I was like, oh no. Is the audio broken in more ways than I thought? I can hear you fine. We're all good.
I'm not gaslighting or ginning you at all, but I did take over.
Oh, good to know. Well, where are we at? What's happening?
We just talked about how Sodom and Gomorrah got tooled by those big, dark, weird, bullet-shaped ass hats.
Yep.
Sometimes, Drock, when you do that, I seriously want to put my finger up your nose like you're a One Piece character.
I want to talk briefly about how much I love the writing decision to have Luffy fight Lucci, because I think it's so necessary for us to feel like we have a chance here to have one of them be beaten. And it gets a chance to show off Gear Second, which is incredible. One of my favorite moments of the series is the Gear Second reveal. But it also, and I think this is incredibly important, it lets us see, like I said, our strongest go up against one of their weakest, and really lets us know, okay, we need to see how hard this is for Luffy to know whether or not the rest of the crew has a chance. And the fact that once he transforms, it's pretty easy for Luffy lets us go, okay, we've got a shot here. And it makes it feel believable that the Straw Hats are going to be able to win. It's like a stopgap before we enter the fighting part of the arc to be like, okay, are we up to the par we need to be at? And it's really good measuring to let us know. I just think the way Oda handles power scaling is really, really good. And this is a great way of making us stop and go, okay, we can do this.
That's a good point. I like that.
This is Balluno.
I'm going to skip over the part with the devil fruit here because that's more time for Corkboard Corner next time.
Next time. We will talk about the devil fruit.
And so I can't really talk a lot about that without corking it up, and apparently I'm not allowed to spill all the great
we got to save cork for next time. We can't uncork all the cork.
Okay. But when they're fighting, you're right. Absolutely. It has a total feel of like, okay, we might be okay here. But you're still also saying to yourself, like, is Luffy going to do his usual thing where he learns from the fight and then gets stronger for it and levels himself up? Especially since we know that he isn't one of the stronger people, because it's not going to just be enough for Luffy to be able to fight this guy when we know that he's at 800 and something, and the other one was the highest. Lucci is at, what was it? Is it 4,000?
Something like that. So like 5 Ballunos.
Yeah. So that's mad. Yeah. Monkey see, monkey do is a cool thing, Cat. Yeah. So that's mad power scaling as far as being able to fight him. 4,200. So that's insane. So yeah, Luffy could win all the live long day, but when he was taking so long, then you're like, well, this is, you don't have time. You're not wrong. So if you don't get a move on, we're going to be in a really bad place. There's no way you're going to rescue Robin. And so I was super, super thrilled that, that he found out his great good skill, which we can't talk about yet because we have to do this first.
Yes.
With this one button, an island will disappear. Whoa! Authority itself is a kind of weapon. Director Spandam, hey, you surprised me. What do you want? Can't you knock? Sorry, sir, but it's urgent. There's a transponder snail call from Enies lobby. What? Why not just call in the room? Oh, the receiver's off the hook. To say that I was happy about this talk and the receiver being back on the hook and him getting to find out just how calling all units on Enies main lobby. Hurry to the courthouse. The pirates have reached the square in front of the courthouse. Yeah, they did, baby. Yeah, they did. Good luck to you, my friends. Getting to have him be in a situation where Spandam suddenly was like, oh, great. They've taken out most of my soldiers. Yeah, that was expected with a small handful of people. Oh, I love it.
And he didn't know what was happening because the receiver just fell off the hook.
Oh, so good. And so part of my life as a child, lots of people didn't have to go through receivers falling off of the hook and therefore not finding out information because nobody can get a hold of you. But that was such a part of Oda and I's childhood that I really appreciated that.
Yeah,
not
psychic snails have yet to develop handset technology.
Yeah. This is the very, very best part, though, when everybody is arguing about what they're going to do about those big bald dudes who took other people down. And they're like, okay, what are we going to do? They're getting away, all 3 of them. What are we going to do? And then And then Sanji goes, "You guys are noisy. I checked him out. I thought we should know what we're up against." And he's just taken one out entirely by himself. I was like, yeah, Sanji, coming in clutch again. And then his reputation goes up immediately because everyone is like, "Oh my God, you're so amazing." And the entire Frankie's crew is just amazed by Sanji. You're finally getting the recognition you deserve, eyebrow boy.
He's getting the accolades for doing his thing where he solves problems.
He just is kind of Luffy in that way. He has a little more in common with Luffy than Zoro does. Zoro will often take just a second, size a person up, have that like respectable moment of two soldiers meeting each other, and then Sanji just turns around and kicks the ass of someone and is like, yeah, they're beatable. Omo and Kashi have joined the pirates. They are currently coming to the center of the main island. The number of guard casualties is over 2,000. More than 1,000 of those were defeated by Captain Straw Hat Luffy, who has suddenly disappeared. A search operation is underway. I love watching Spandam's face. Oh, this may be a catastrophe, the likes of which we have never seen before. Perfect in the entire history of Enies Lobby.
It's great.
I just love that. I love it for so many reasons. But the most reason I love it for is I love that Frankie and Robin got to hear it, because they need times that is going to pick them up when they're trying to survive in this situation. And that was a pickup moment.
Well, I think Robin's not even at trying to survive yet, but I think Frankie has hope now.
No, but having that in the back of your mind and how much they were able to accomplish in that time, later on when she's making her decision and she's trying to decide what she wants, and she's having another one of those things where Luffy is like, I'm not helping you until you admit you want to be helped.
So someone's highlighting, important to know for those who don't, casualties doesn't mean killed, it means defeated. Luffy has not killed 1,000 people. He has a good dozen or so of those people have probably flown into the hole, because we've seen him do it to at least a few of them. So he's killed some of them. He has not killed 1,000 people, though. That is very important to note.
Yeah. I don't care. This person said it exactly. The panic it induces is Spandam is so satisfying. And that's exactly...
It's so good. It's so good to see that person just start to crumple when he's been so cocky this entire time.
It's kind of like when we were in Skypiea and we had the stupid face that Eminem made when he realized that Luffy just might be his kryptonite. You have to have times. Cocky, yeah, and so this is the same as, and this is what made me think of the Robin and Frankie getting to hear that, because we got to hear it as well, and so it juices up our hope for the future and that things can work out better, and it gives us a mini win in the middle of a longer battle, because we're going to have a lot of losses, right? Thank you, Lima Beater.
Little meat beater. Oh God.
You see that I intentionally said it different.
Yeah, no.
And then you're like,
then
no, let me correct your reading.
Look. That's because I had read it the way you read it at first by accident, and then was like, oh, a regret for saying it.
So awesome. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Yeah, so the face is the best face. I'm at Peter. And that's what we get here. In this chapter, there's a time where we look at Spandam's face, and it's kind of like a version of the Eminem face. And it kind of gives us just a little bit of satisfaction before we go back into deep, deep battle, which I needed. I really needed, because you had just beaten the crap out of Sodom and Gomorrah. So I was sad already. And then we were going into new battles again, and I was like, oh my God, I'm already exhausted. I feel like I've been battling.
It's a lot. It genuinely feels, with how much is happening, a bit tiring. Like, oh God, there's so much going on.
In so many places for so long. And Zoro is fighting 3-sword style for much of this, which tells you just how crazy it is. Because
he's going all out.
Dude doesn't go 3-sword all the time. Like, it's kind of a moment that he pulls out and he's like 3-sword style, blah, blah, blah. And in this, I'm like, oh, he's still 3-swording it. Oh, he's still 3-swording it.
That's an interesting observation. I never noticed that.
Yeah, so he's 3-swording in lots of the battles many times because there's so many people fighting at the same time that in order to fight with all of them, he's 3-swording it up. And so I thought like that really helped to understand for me just how onerous this is and just how difficult it is. The whole world knowing about Luffy. I would agree. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to move.
We're moving
into... I don't like the 3-headed dude much.
I mean, it's just 3 guys in a big jacket.
That's why I didn't like it.
Okay.
It's kind of... I was kind of sad. I liked him being kind of the Cerberus, right? You know, like, because it really felt like he was Cerberus guarding the gates of hell, which incidentally gave me a little bit of a...
Something guarding the gates of hell?
Guarding the gates of hell moment. And so I just want to say that's definitely a thing that I'm going to be bringing up in Corkboard Corner. Because when I saw that, I was like, oh, are we doing a little Cerberus here? A little guarding the gates of hell world government?
They do work as a good symbol of military corruption by being a pretend one person who gets to be judge, jury, and executioner, but they kind of show that it's an act of corruption in that it isn't even a single person, but one entity acting singularly because their role is a sham.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's why I was kind of sad that it didn't let us have them just be one person. But on the other side, I thought that it was also kind of a trickster thing where they were like, oh yeah, you thought we were one thing, but the government always appears to be one thing, but is really something else. So it is the same thing, but it's not the way that you think it is. And it shows like the duplicit layers of government.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's kind of why I could like it, but I was still a little pissy. So then in the courthouse with Bluno, we get to Luffy saying the very, very best line, I think, ever.
Okay.
Where he says, Bluno says, he can match my speed, force me to change my path and my tempest kit. His physical abilities are unbelievable. And then Luffy all of a sudden goes, I can't do it. I can't beat you like this. And Bluno's like, all right, well, I'm excited to beat you.
Great news for me, I guess.
That works out. When I lost to Okiji, I thought if I was going to meet others just as strong out at sea, I had to grow stronger to protect my friends. Even if I'm not that strong, I have friends I want to be with. I've got to be stronger than everyone or I'll lose them.
And this continues it continues that thread all the way from Long Ring Long Line that you pointed out with both Foxy and Aokiji, that Luffy needs to protect his friends and realizes he can lose them.
Yeah, and so he realizes that my friendships are in jeopardy. Oh yeah, so what are you going to do? I came up with a way to fight at top strength so I won't have to lose anyone. And then he has that unsexy, springy, weird leg moment when everything is going, so no one has to go away. Flips over. He's steaming everywhere. What is he doing? His body is steaming. Something is happening inside of him. You can't keep up with me anymore. That line there, this is my 20th time reading it. What a casual way to be like, I'm cooler now.
How immediately iconic is the Gear Second pose? Like, doesn't it just feel immediately like this is iconography?
You can't keep up with me anymore. All of my abilities have evolved to the next level. Gear 2.
And it's so good. It's so cool and good.
It might be one of the coolest freaking things ever. Absolutely. And when they come, Gear, your abilities evolve? There's steam coming from your body. You're pretending to be a steam engine? Is this some kind of bluff? And I'm glad I ran into you here. Are you aiming? Just give me a chance to dodge your attack.
So much when he just holds out his hand and Bluno's like, aiming is just gonna make it easier to dodge.
Dude,
and
aiming's not a good idea.
And he gets hit before he can see the fist move. Just puff of steam and his face is caving in and he's like, what the fuck am I in for?
And then he goes, I can't see him at all.
Oh god, the instant, it is one of my favorite things in all of media. Genuinely, it's probably top 5 One Piece moment for me.
It's so good.
Of Bluno going, it's just easier to dodge, and he starts to move, and there's a puff of steam, and his face gets knocked back, and he's just like, I didn't even see that happen. What is about to happen to me?
And then he's like, it's not just that he's using shave, but his body is strong enough to do it easily. A person using the art of the 6 powers has unmatched speed. He cannot lose. If I turn his body into a door and keep him from moving, I'll win easily. I'll use all my power to do it with him right now. So I love that he goes into his little door world. Mm-hmm. Door world is cool, by the way. I like it in there. And then he realizes, like, yeah, that Luffy is learned, and it was like Katu was saying, like, the monkey see, monkey do. Yep. You did this thing too, Luffy. Now Luffy has learned how to do it, but he's done something else at the same time, and he's learned something. So it was so good that they let us have that time with him in there, because he's just like, yeah, I'm just going to turn his body into a door. I'm going to grab him and do this thing. It's all great. Yeah, nice try. Because Luffy is in a different level now. You try to do that, he knows where you're coming from, he senses you, and then he kicks your ass.
What I love about this too is Luffy implies Gear 2 was something he developed because he met Aokiji. However, he didn't know how to do shave before he met CP9, meaning he was physically strong and fast enough to do it, but he wouldn't be able to move like this if he hadn't have met them and been like, okay, that's a thing I can do when I make myself stronger.
Yeah, exactly. And so every time Luffy goes up against, and it's the same with all of the Straw Hats, every time they go up against somebody and they do something, boom, they're able to do it. They're like, oh, is that a thing people can do? Yes. Oh, I'm going to do that then. Ridiculous. Love that Usopp got to ride on the shoulders of the giants. I love that for Usopp. Yep. He gets to feel more cool to himself, because he really did bring him in. He really did crack the code. And we talk about this later, and I'm going to bring it up now because I do what I want. But later, Sanji says to Usopp, I'm going to do the things that I'm good at and can do, and you're going to do the things you're good at and can do, and really values Usopp as who he is. And I think that that's incredible, because this is one of those times that Usopp is doing what he can do. He's using his relationship that he built with the giants when we were in Little Garden, and he's using all of his information to clue in the giants and create a relationship and a friendship with them and give them the outlet that they need to feel like they are getting retribution and taking over their own agency of their own lives again. And so that was all Usopp kicking ass and bringing what people needed. And so that is what he can do. That's one of his great strengths. And so I like that he used one of his great strengths early, and then Sanji recognized it in Usopp and told Usopp later on, I don't need you to be this. Luffy doesn't need you to be this. We need you to be the best at what you are best at. Mm-hmm. And I adored that. It made me so happy for Usopp. So, yeah. Luffy's CP9 fighting style was strong. Luffy with, why aren't we getting to see Luffy with a finger gun? Because, my God.
It might be harder for him being made of rubber.
It would be powerfully scary. Finger gun. Whoops, whip. Okay.
All right.
And then Luffy, when the fight is over, the world will ring with the sound of that Straw Hat Boy's name. So, watch, Chimney, whether they live or die, they have done what no one in the past 100 years could. This moment will impress the whole world. When the fight is over, the world will ring with the sound of that Straw Hat Boy's name. even before I got there, I knew shit was going to get wild, but like that confirms it. Like it's going to be a whole different thing. And this person was like, ring? And that's exactly, I have your corkboard and my corkboard time already.
The cork has been pre-boarded.
You're pre-boarding the cork.
It paid for advanced booking. It is a VIP flyer and it is pre-boarded.
Yeah, I immediately was like, oh, ring, I see you.
It makes a lot of sense too, because everything they did in Alabasta was kind of hidden from most of the world. Like, Smoker was given responsibility for that, so Luffy didn't get to be a big name pirate then. And this time, he declared war on the government. You would be taking it easy on him to not give him credit for what's happening.
Exactly.
Like, you have. Exactly. He has demanded that you pay attention. Not because he wants the attention, but that's what he had to do for other reasons.
If you're the government now, you're like, oh, God damn it. Like, everyone is going to know about their victory. It's going to make us look weak, unable to control them. How can you not want to make him king of the pirates?
But if you don't hold him to account, then you aren't going after the person who attacked Enies lobby, so you have to.
Jormax, you're listening to Mumpies episode 12 at the same time as this?
That's wild.
You're wild.
You're wild. Wild out here.
You're a crazy man. So, yeah, we were talking about this earlier, but I don't know if it ever made it in when we talked about how she always says things like, long nose, oh, that's the navigator. And you're absolutely right. But I need to put that down because that needs to go into the cork boarding, because it's kind of that talk too about like, when does she become a real crew member? And I look really forward to seeing what she calls them after. And I'm hoping that it changes into her calling them by their names.
All right.
I'm putting this up. All right. We're almost at an area. From this moment on, I'm going to be like a picture of Oda's snot creatures, but I just want to give this part here, because after Kokomo says that, then Luffy is standing looking up at the building on top of a pillar, and he screams at the top of his lungs, Robin, I've come you. And then Frankie, he came. Robin, Luffy? Oh.
It's really beautiful.
Robin, feel free to hope. Feel free to hope. And so them moving her out of there, Luffy slamming snacks into his tummy and him getting so hungry. Frank the Tank. I love that Luffy moves mountains to stop Robin from leaving the crew, but doesn't even say a single word to stop Usopp, because Usopp really wants to leave at that moment, whereas Robin actually wants to stay. I would agree, Frank the Tank, and I would also say that there was this difference in that Robin is taken. She's given no choice, and they know that she has no choice earlier, whereas Luffy also feels like he's part of the reason that Usopp left. So how can he be the one that brings Usopp back? He's thinking, when I'm the reason that he left as well. And I started to wonder if there was something here in that with Robin. He never had a moment where he got to hear her say, like, this is why I'm gone. And when he found out that she only did it so they would be saved from the Buster call. Whereas you're exactly right. Usopp was like, I've made this choice. I don't have faith in you. And Luffy is like, how can I do anything about that? I have lost his faith.
To be fair for Robin, it worked out a lot better for everybody than if she had resisted with the Straw Hats, because they couldn't have stopped Water 7 from being destroyed by a Buster Call.
100% they couldn't have. And if we're going to talk about wins, this is a win-win.
Yeah.
Not only did they beat the shit out of people, Luffy learned to use his gear too, because he was in a bad enough situation. Their reputation goes nutso. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad yet. But they destroy frickin' Enies lobby.
And they didn't even have to do it. Spandam did it for them.
No. The government destroyed their own goddamn lobby.
Yeah.
And so if you can get the government to take out their own freaking lobby, that's a win-win. Rather than taking down Water 7.
The old timeline is everybody either dies or narrowly escapes as CP9 kills them all and a buster call sinks Water 7.
Yeah, exactly. So if we are rolling out a better ending by Enies lobby.
Yep.
Hello, joy. It also takes away a lot of the government's control, their ability to put bad guys away. I'm really looking forward to what bad guys do on the other side of this.
Ooh, okay.
Because you take down Enies lobby, what's your new threat?
Well, the Enies lobby was like the courthouse, like the processing facility. There is still the prison.
But right in behind it is the jail and stuff, and you went through an entire process. It's going to be a long time before they're able to do their quote-unquote justice in the same way.
Yeah.
But I'm here for that. This picture turning out amazing. Hey, did you hear about a thing he said in that time?
What thing?
Come on, man.
What thing?
Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone, you gin.
Are you talking about the fact that there is in the popularity poll, Oda handpicked quotes of people putting in their votes for their favorite character and put a couple phrases side by side for Luffy?
I'm talking about Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?
Oh, no. We're talking about the picture. No, I'm going to put that in. I thought we were going into your little thing from the popularity poll already. No. Don't worry. It's going to get there. We're getting there.
Oh, did I pass that already?
I don't know if you did. Since I brought it up, I'll just introduce that. Hey, everybody. Mama Drak is looking for evidence for her Luffy is a sun god theory, and while going through, noticed some quotes from a popularity poll where Oda handpicked quotes that people gave about why they like their favorite character. Yeah, well, I remember it pretty well, which is one person said, these are two quotes put side by side for Luffy. Luffy is like the sun, and also someone else put it was put right after it. He isn't even afraid of gods. And those are two phrases that were put side by side about Luffy that were handpicked by Oda. So if one were looking for evidence, I think one could call that evidence.
Could call it evidence. I immediately printed that bad boy out and stuck it in Luffy's God book.
All right.
I was like, and then when I sent it to you, you were like, oh, shit. Oh, wow.
So yeah, that was
like, yeah, you bet.
That is supporting evidence to your claim, for certain.
That's an understatement.
Mama does have a physical corkboard, but it's made out of felt. It's a felt
kind of felt that's felty cork.
Yeah, it's a It's a felt corkboard. It's cork. Definitely doesn't feel like a felt board.
Yeah, I have a bunch of pictures, but I've changed it since you guys saw it on its lower level. We went to Gear 2.
All my abilities have evolved to the next level. So
you won't be able to out corkboard me now.
Let's cut to
my abilities of all. I just want to say first, it goes, he's cute, he's clueless, but manly when it comes to his shipmates. Everything depends on Luffy. He's like the sun. He doesn't even fear the gods.
Yeah, those quotes were put side by side for certain. So let's talk about all of our friends, all of our crew then, when Robin resists what Luffy's saying, everyone lines up. Well, except for some reason, instead of our good friend Usopp, Sniper King's here, but it's almost everybody.
Oh, somebody asked a question that is eventually I got to take a picture of.
Oh, it's okay. Take a picture of your question. Then we got to keep going.
Because it's cheating.
It's
kind of cheating. Jaywalking.
It's the iconic lineup.
Okay, we weren't there, so I have to go way forward. Way forward.
Aren't we basically there?
Oh, Raven! Thank goodness you're still here. Is that what you mean?
What?
Go home. I don't even want to see your faces anymore.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Why did you come to save me? I just want to die. No, not everybody is lined up. They're about to. All the bad guys are lined up. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about the lineup of the crew. But I skipped ahead a tiny bit, but we'll just keep going from where we are. It's fine.
You really are excited to move into the latter half, and I don't blame you. I too was reading so fast.
That's why I keep moving. I want to get to the iconic bits.
Yeah. Robin, you want to die? What the heck are you talking about? And Spanman, he's picking his nose. Hey, Robin, we're already here. All of us. So anyway, we're going to save you. And if you still want to die, then do it later. Oh, God. It's so good. It's so good. He's like, nah, I don't think you've had enough time to think about this and you don't understand what you're asking. But hey, if you want to, you can do it later, but we've decided to save you.
Just not right now. Think about it.
So good. Oh, Sniper King flying through the air. I'm begging you, Robin. If you want to die or whatever, you can say whatever you want. But you're going to have to say it to our faces. He's right, Robin. Robin, come back. They're all lined up. Usopp's crying and snot's dripping out of his fake nose. I did like that detail. Just leave the rest to us. Oh. It's time to be so sad. Are you ready for it?
Yes. Are we talking about Robin's backstory?
Oh, God, I don't even want to go into it.
So can we first just start this by saying how crazy it is that everything that you could have predicted about this, you predicted exactly right?
Yeah. I was surprised by how right I got this.
Yeah, you were so on the money with this backstory. It was wild. Like when we called after you'd read this, you were like, I am amazed at how much it was exactly what I said.
Yeah, and I was just I was making my predictions based upon what would give me the most emotions and some of the things that happened with Robin. And then when I read this, I was like, God damn. I-5 me.
Yeah, you really nailed what was going to happen in Robin's backstory.
Also, can we not forget to talk about this person with the dress she, because Luffy is a she as well.
Yeah, Derda Shishi, Jagger D. Saul.
Yeah.
So Robin's backstory. Okay. Do you want me to do a summary so that you don't need to dive into it?
Want me to do what?
Do you want me to do a summary so that you don't need to go part by part and be so sad?
Yeah, free.
All right.
If you would like to do some talking for a while, I can eat
This
some...
is just to save you because it seemed like you didn't want to go into it.
No, I have to do it. This is the stream. This is important. You gotta know that I'm doing this stream, so I have to do the things that are uncomfortable.
So we do start with Robin basically living a Harry Potter existence where she's being looked after by an aunt and uncle who hate her.
And I love the tree of knowledge in the center. It's so incredible.
Yep.
And all the kids picking on her are such asshats. I was also wondering, it's kind of crazy because how old was Luffy when he ate the devil fruit?
Oh boy, I don't remember. Was he like 6? He was young. Someone will know. I'm not giving her a diamond star. You can have a gold star for predicting Robin's backstory. The evidence was all there, spelled out a lot more clearly than a lot of things, but I will give you a gold star. You get a gold star for predicting Robin's backstory.
So Nico Robin already has eaten a devil fruit by this time, which is wild. And I wonder what that does to the development of somebody like Robin and Luffy and others who eat them so early. That one kid in the beginning, the little blonde kid holding the parents' hands and walking around, that's heartbreaking. When they bring it up later on and Robin is like, just hold my, oh, we'll get there. Anyway, so having Robin's whole thing being like a Cinderella-ish kind of story, not so Harry Potter, like a little of both, and I could see why you would say that, because the parents taking the daughter out to celebrate without Robin. You know, fix yourself dinner, don't use too much jam, make sure the house is all clean for us before we get back. Like, it's a little of this and a little of that. But what a crazy thing, though, to find out that the Tree of Knowledge in the O'Hara Library for archaeological research, that they are all love Robin so much and celebrate her accomplishments, and that she has a family. But once again, it just like in so many things here, it's again that found family.
Mm-hmm.
And that I was just so relieved. But it was also a little Harry Potterish. It almost made me be like, did somebody read One Piece?
Harry Potter was before this part of One Piece.
Okay, because it was interesting that there was like a school and a knowledge school, and they all loved her, and she was a brilliant person within it. Da, 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 da. I thought that was pretty fantastic. But really, all it was ammunition for them to break our heart more. Yeah. So then when Professor Clover, I like the tone you say that in, is like, this is for you. It certifies that you're a scholar, Robin. And she's so excited. And then immediately starts to talk about the forbidden subject. When she says, Professor, I want to unravel the mystery of the void in history. And he's like, that is forbidden. It is evil. It is taboo. And so I also started to be like, could the One Piece just be the void? Putting that here. It's a crime to decipher them. And then she's like, you know what? Do you don't think that I know that's what you're doing in the basement? And then they're like, oh, yeah, our bad. We are doing that in the basement, actually. You weren't supposed to know that. And she's crushed by the fact that they won't let her learn the knowledge and work with them and be a scholar. And she ends up running away. And then you find out that they know where her mother is, and they haven't told her that they know where she is, and that Nico Olivia is out there doing this big work. And I understand why, but I was just like, this kid can't catch a break, right? Like, it's so sad. And then she bumps into the giantest giant.
He's actually quite a bit shorter than Dori, Brogi, Oimo, and Kashi.
But she's 8, and in comparison
very, very, very big.
I'm looking at a picture, and like one of his teeth is half of her body.
Yeah.
And so
Jaeger D. Saul.
Instead of being scared, she looks at Saul, the castaway giant, and is just like, I'm alive. I wonder if she's okay too, he says. And then Robin's just like, you know what? I'm going to take care of you. Don't even worry about it, homie G. I got you. And he goes, let me make one thing clear. Don't lump me in with savages like Elbath. They're the most famous, so of course the world believes all giants are like them. There are gentle giants too. I know it's useless, but I'll ask anyway. When you go home, don't tell anyone about me. And Robin just goes, okay. And then when he looks at her, she goes, I'm really not that interested in you. It's such a child thing to do, because children will just tell you the absolute honesty, which makes him laugh his dereshi she. What does it sound like in the actual manga?
Anime. You're reading the manga, but yeah.
Sorry, anime. Huh, okay. That kind of sounds like Blackbeard, like the volume and the pitch and stuff.
Funny thing, actually, very similar voice actor, both in Japanese and English, where in Japanese, they both have kind of like a deep voice, fun but intimidating. And in English, they both have kind of like a southern accent. So they do have very similar voice actors, both in English and Japanese.
And then...
Oh, it's the same voice actor. Okay. In both languages, or just English, or just Japanese? That makes sense why my imitation sounded familiar to you.
It's interesting that it's the same voice actor.
Oh, the English one.
He passed
okay.
away.
Oh, he did a really great job of both.
So I'd already had some corkboardy thoughts about the D that I told you about before, but this kind of made me be like, oh, yeah, I might have been on the right track then. Because I started to say, like, how does this person have the D and this person have the D? And they can't all be related. So when he said his name was Jaguar D. Saul, I was like, okay,
Yeah,
the D is something beyond relative.
Because this guy is a giant.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look like he came from Luffy's family.
Might not be related.
So I get a purple mushroom for thinking that the D was in a family line.
Yeah, I think that was a prediction. I think that was something we said at some point as a prediction.
I don't know if I made it a prediction or not, but I think I did. So just to be safe, boom, mushroom it up.
Mushroom it up. Blop it a blop.
I had, which is too bad because I gotta say my thing sooner. I might have to talk about my other prediction then. Because I was one prediction away when I decided last time, oh, I think I'm wrong. I don't think it's a family thing, actually. I think it's an ability thing or something. And then I didn't say it because I was like, well, maybe I'll get a little more evidence. And then boom, along comes him.
Kind of makes it clear that this is not a familial thing. We do the part fishman, part giant. People are saying maybe you don't get a purple mushroom because, like, they could still be distantly related.
Okay. Okay, that's a cool thing to say. Oh, thank you for your subscription.
Thank you.
Mixed breeding. That's awesome. And then Robin steals all the food and feeds it to Saul, and they have this beautiful little relationship. And I love that she has this new friend who adores her. How wonderful it is. I also love that she does this whoosh whoosh slappy thing down his arm because it showed how much she had already come into her devil fruit. It really made me wonder, when did this poor kid first get devil fruit? Because it wasn't 8. She's way too proficient with it.
No, she's had it for a while, it feels like.
Yeah, it feels like a long time. Who's feeding this kid devil fruit?
I mean, for Luffy, he just found it in a chest.
Does it feel like Robin would just eat a devil fruit she found in the chest?
Apparently you did manage to say, before it was too late, that it wasn't a familial connection.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, that's what's being said.
Yes. Ah, so it's not. Yay! Thank you.
No mushroom.
I love it when people pay more attention. The hunter. You know what this looks like? This looks like do you know the? That's great.
Look, we're figuring it out.
You know
I zoomed out by accident.
The movie by Quentin Tarantino with all the women who are fighters.
Kill Bill?
Why is that name not? Yes. How it does like title pages that come up, the this, the that. That's what this looks like. Kind of a, thank you, Kill Bill. It kind of looks like a Quentin Tarantino Kill Bill moment with you're the hunter.
Huh.
Love it.
Okay.
Spandine being the CP9 director and the nepotistic father of the piece of crap Spandam later. Yeah, that makes sense.
Doesn't it?
And I like that we got a little backstory on that. And whenever things are in black, you warned me earlier in a spoiler that's not a spoiler, that things were going to get sad. And I knew what Robin's life was going to be like. And yet the way they rolled it out.
Oh, yeah. It can crush you regardless of knowing what was going to happen.
Because the friendship that they build up, and then when he finds out she's Olivia's child, apple from the tree, right? Yeah. And you're just like, Robin is somewhat based on Uma Thurman from Pulp Fiction. That makes so much sense.
That's visually really cool. Makes a lot of sense. I didn't actually know that.
That actually makes so much sense. And it makes this hunter thing here so much better. When he finds out that she's Olivia's daughter, and he's like, no way. Is this the island known as Ohara? Robin's like, yeah. Oh boy. I washed up on Ohara. And then he's like, as we speak, a Navy battleship is headed towards Ohara to eradicate the scholars. Ohara. You must never tell any of the government people that you're a scholar. And then she tries to warn everyone. And her mom, Nico Olivia, is there. And she's telling them what happened and what's happened to them. And she's like, you gotta leave, Ohara. You have to leave right now. And you're just like, oh, I know it's coming. Oda, stop this. Why do you hate me so? And he keeps building the layering, the relationships between Olivia and all the people there, and how they're like, I know. And then you see Robin standing at the dock. I'm sorry, Robin. When the mystery is solved, I promise to come back. Where's my mommy? Ugh. He just keeps layering the pain and the hurt in this one. And the mom looks more like Uma Thurman, but you can kind of see, like, yeah, they look identical except for blonde and dark hair. And she's trying to save her.
In the colored version, did they do like ash gray hair? Because that's kind of what they did in the anime.
Yeah, I think actually they did. But I'm in the black and white right now.
Fair.
Because the other version is unreliable sometimes, and so it won't pull the thing up. I wonder why he changed his name from Kazan to Okiji.
Okay, because it's a thing that's not really stated outright. Aokiji translates to blue pheasant. When you reach admiral rank, you get a code name.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it is. So his code name is Aokiji, but his name is Kuzan.
Love it. Here we go. So when Robin goes back and tells them all, like, I've met somebody, this is what's going to happen. Why are you having this sudden outburst? They're not warships, but simply government ships that are paying a visit to the island, likely to get more thorough investigation. And Robin's like, yeah, no, they're not. And then out comes the government and immediately starts governmenting. This entire island will be subject to an exhaustive investigation. Henceforth, those of you with no connection whatsoever to the scholars will bring proof of identification to the West Coast and board the evacuation vessel.
And that evacuation vessel, everything goes good for them, right? If I remember correctly, they have a good time leaving.
Yeah. I think you're remembering it wrong, because actually they go in the evacuation vessel and then somebody blows it up and burns the entire thing down.
Oh, weird.
Stuffed with people.
Oh, weird. Okay.
All of the people, just in case, because his type of justice is just in case there's a single person on this. I've already had that idea, Pal and Berserker, but you got to be careful because you're helping me jaywalk way closer to being a full cheater. Just in case you felt any goodness, all the work that they did and all of the fear turns into every single person on the island being dead. This was another of those times, too, where you have the mom thing where she's trying to pretend, in this case, not to be Robin's mom, to distance herself from them after she was shot and she's on the ground. And then she's like, how cruel to treat that woman like that. Robin, go to the evacuation ship. And then the woman hears her and she lifts her head. Robin, you've grown so much. So without thinking, she's already made it so that Robin's looking at her and being like, oh, wait a minute. And then they find the underground chamber with all the information. And you're thinking, like, information isn't evil. So the thing for the Void Century must be absolutely insane. Before we are killed, let us speak to the 5 elders of the world's top leaders. After many years of research conducted at Ohara, the sacred site of archaeology, our goal remains unfulfilled, but at least let us report our hypothesis about the 100-year void. Fair. That seems fair. But you know what? When he says his hypothesis, like, no offense, because I'm team archaeologist.
Yeah.
But when he says his hypothesis, I'm like, it was that way you were going to report? Dude, that's not going to go well. They broke the law. The world cannot look the other way. Enough of your false pity. You're not fooling the elders. And then he goes on to say stuff that I'm like, Reading the Poneglyphs makes it possible to revive the ancient weapons. It poses a danger to the world. And then he goes, whatever lies in the past, if it is part of human history of humanity, then it should be accepted completely. If we confront everything that's happened without fear, we will be able to counter anything that will happen. And then they have this big thing. Why did the people of the past resort to writing on stone in order to convey a message to the future? They dotted the world with these unbreakable stone tablets into which they carved their history. Isn't this because they felt that their message could be eradicated if left only on papers and books? In other words, this is proof that the people who left the Poneglyphs behind had an enemy. Just what is it you're implying? If we assume these people were annihilated by their enemy, then the enemy survived throughout the subsequent history. And coincidentally, the 100-year void ended 800 years ago, which marks the birth of the world government. If the world government happened to be the enemy of the people who were annihilated, we can conclude that the 100-year void contains a history that was inconvenient to the world government, and hence it was erased. After reading ancient manuscripts in the Poneglyphs that have been found, we have gradually discovered the existence of a nation of which no trace now remains. What is clear from these manuscripts is the existence of an immense kingdom. Okay, this is what you were going to tell the world government as your defense? Don't get me wrong. Goes on for pages. It's delightful. It is absolutely stoking corkboard.
Yeah.
It is just...
It's made for corkboard, but it doesn't feel like a thing the man said thinking he was going to get away with it. Like, this felt like a way of stunting.
Think that this was going to help you survive? Like, oh, just let us talk to the world government so that we can tell them that we know they're bad? Probably
this felt like more flexing and trying to sow doubt within anyone who was there than it could have at all been a defense.
I mean, I kind of gave myself a little nod in that direction. Yes, this person said he knew he was going to die, but who's he really sowing doubt on in this case?
Yep, you know, maybe some of those soldiers there heard it and were like, wait, what?
Meh.
I didn't know we were the bad guys.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happens. Generally, when people find out information like that, they're like, oh, we're the bad guy.
Guys, terrible news. Terrible news.
We're the drama.
Well, in great news, I think this first image is done.
Can I have a look?
Yeah.
The Hunter. Oh, that is so good.
Thank you.
Okay. Nasty, have a good sleep. That's one of my favorite images now.
Really? Okay.
I love this image. Are you not going to use this on our thing? This is so good.
I mean, it's going to be on the show. People have been watching it the whole time. It's just I'm not going to use it for the thumbnail.
Oh, God dang it. I love it so much.
The thing is, the thumbnail needs to be something that people look at and immediately go, oh yeah, that's from this arc that I love.
Well, the next one will do that.
It will. Hey, thank you guys. I think this one's cool. I really do like this one. And I'm glad someone did delete your art because the perspective and the composition are way stronger than they were before.
Yeah, I love it. This is everything that I could have been hoping for when I told you, like, kind of what I would have liked it to look like in the panels that Oda did.
Yeah, people are asking, if you were about to die in that situation and you found out the secret of the Void Century, would you do it? Like,
yeah, but I don't think that I don't think that I would have put it out of, let us talk to the world government leaders first. I probably would have said, don't you want to know what we found? You know what I mean?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Aren't you curious about what we have found over the past however many years? And then got it out there. I'm not gonna fault the man. He's dying and he was drawn that way. He's not bad. He's just drawn that way. Okay, here we go. Prepare yourselves. Just a minute. Where's my tissue?
All right. How does it end? Tell us about it. Everyone lived happily ever after. Spandine changes his mind.
Okay. There's one more piece of information that only she knows. We can't have her die here. Come with me. Robin, please get away somehow. You must not die. And then Robin's there, and they're like, Robin, don't dally. Robin, go away. And then she knows. Is that you, Mother? Olivia, are you coming on board or not? Mommy! I'll hold her. Hurry and go. I'm sorry, Robin. I can never call myself your mother again. It's exactly the opposite of what happened to Nami, in that her mom, because she was adopted, refused to ever say she wasn't her mom.
Yep.
Even though she knew it would cost her life, because she knew it was her life that would be forfeited and not Nami's.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one, Robin's mom has to do the exact opposite thing for the exact same reason. She has to pretend not to be her mom in order to protect Robin. I don't expect you to forgive me. I have no right to be your mother. And then she remembers her mom holding her and all the kids calling her monster and the people being, you can't wear that dress. That belongs to someone else. You're a freeloader. And then she cries and she goes, are you my mother? And then Olivia stops and she's crying. You have a kid? No. Olivia, I'm sorry. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. And then she says, I'm Robin. I've grown some. But don't you remember me? I've waited all this time for you to come home. You're really not my mom? I had hope one day that we could hold hands and walk together. I studied really hard, and I became an archaeologist. I can read the poneglyphs too. So please let me stay with you, Mother. Crushing.
Yeah, it's not. That's not a happy reunion. And from here it gets better, right?
No. Meds the buster call. And immediately all the boats target Ohara Island and simultaneously fire and start destroying all the text, all the information, all the years and years of investigation, killing all the people who are left there. And Robin is standing there with her soul obliterated, crying. And meanwhile, they know that Robin can read the poneglyph. And then, never mind, it doesn't matter now. Forget her. If we stay here, we'll end up being killed too. They withdraw. They leave Olivia there. She's on the ground crying. Everyone's freaking out. Protect the library. Protect the tree of knowledge. They're all freaking out. And Robin walks up, holds her mom's hand, and kneels down on the ground. And while there are bombs going off all the way around her, she says quietly, I always wanted to do this, and takes her hand. Oh my God. And then for so long, and her mom cries and grabs her and hugs her, Robin, Mother. And they have this one little moment. I'm sorry I had to. I think you're capable of so many things. I'm so impressed. You really did your best and studied hard. That's not something just anyone can do. That's so wonderful, Robin. And then she says, there you are, I've been looking for you. And Olivia, once she figures out that Saul is there, says, there's still things I have to do. Mother, I don't want to leave you, not after finally being together again. And she says, our research will end here, but even if Ohara perishes, we cannot give up on the future of the world. Take her, Saul, and go. Live, Robin! Oh, emotional damage. Oh,
and now it must clearly get better from here. Saul's taking her away.
Much worse. It gets worse, so it's good of you to think that. But this part was so hard because it was so small. So small. It was such a tiny reunion, and yet so much love was passed between two people in this little tiny amount of time. And it's impressive because Oda is able to convey the years of heartache and longing and loss and the feeling of unworthiness, and he's able to convey it all in like 8 panels.
It's
and have Robin
really beautiful,
crying and screaming. And so then you're thinking, okay, maybe Robin is going to get away with Saul, and they'll get off the island, and that'll be a nice
That's kind of
moment.
what it started to feel like, for sure.
Yeah, and he'll set her up somewhere, and she'll be able to be okay. And then he's running away with her, and we find out that Saul has left the government, and that's why he was found washed up, because he didn't like what they were doing, specifically to Olivia, and what they were going to do to O'Hara. And so he knew about the secret mission, and where does he end up washing up on? I mean, of all the places, of all the gin joints,
it had to be the island that's about to get fucking nuked.
And the reason that he left.
Yep.
And so then he's running with Robin, and like he's just booking it and holding Robin, and he said, "Be proud, Robin. Your mother is noble. You must one day take on the duty of telling this island's history, Robin. O'Hara fought against the world." And then, boom, right into his face. Oh, frickin' cannon goes off into his face. And he falls on the ground. Be prepared if you make your enemy. There will be the devil to pay. And he picks up one of the boats and frickin' annihilates it. I was really genuinely happy that at least he was able to, like, kick crap on one of the boats.
Not to, well, yes, to jump ahead, but that's kind of interesting to think that this Buster Call, Saul the giant, using giant powers, destroys one of the battleships before it finishes, and Luffy, using Giant's axe, is able to destroy one battleship as well.
Yeah, 100%. I liked that there was kind of a continuum between the two Busters of the Giants. I really liked having the Giants coming into the story in both cases. Oh my God, I hope I don't keep you guys here for 6 hours. I'd feel so guilty.
Yeah, hey, we're only, what, 3 hours in almost?
We're almost to the 400s. We're basically there, people.
I mean, we were at 580 for a while, which is wild.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you mean for people, for chapters. I was doing view count. Okay.
This person, we love 6 hour streams, never feel guilty. I always feel like people are like, that's nice. I have to sleep eventually.
Europeans, maybe.
No. Poor Europeans. Okay, all of the people in the Tree of Knowledge start throwing all the books in the water to save them.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, Kaido had a hard day. I was just saying, sorry to hear that, because I didn't know we were moving forward yet. It's all good.
Okay, well, now I'm sad for Kaido as well. It's 3 a.m. here. Okay. I just ended my 12-hour shift. Dude!
Oh, God.
You definitely want sleepies.
Are you're working you're working retail in the holiday season, huh? That's best wishes.
Sleep is for the weak.
That's a thing I used to say before I was a proper adult.
Yeah, I was gonna laugh. For me, it's sleep or be weak. I've changed the saying a little. I have just put this on here because I have a theory now about going back to O'Hara to find the books.
Oh, okay.
Going back to find water books.
Is this someone doing it, or specifically the Straw Hats doing it?
Straw Hats.
All right.
And then if they go back to O'Hara to find the water books, if they had somebody who was, I don't know, had like some sort of devil fruit that had like water power, like they could suck the water out of...
Yeah, water powers, like Ace.
Books. Like Ace in the water?
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. No, I'm gonna think about that a little more. I'm gonna just put Straw Hats here, and in the off season, in between now and next week, I'm gonna put my thinking cap on about that.
All right.
I can't believe that even now, as she's trying to get on, and they already freaking know her, and the people on that boat were like, no, she's a monster, when she was trying to use her arms to get up onto the boat. Like, you already know who she is. Why is this in any way, shape, or form? Ugh.
It feels like any island where there's not a lot of devil fruit users, their standards for monster are a lot different.
Yeah, there was a few devil fruit users on the island with Chopper, and even they were like, monster.
Okay,
I mean, we did find out that he did some other shit that we just found out.
Someone said if there was a water fruit, they wonder how it would interact with the sea. I've thought about this for a long time, and I think the funnest thing for a water fruit would be if they touch the ocean with their finger, they can control it like they can control the ocean. But if they start to turn their body into water, they get weaker and weaker the more of their body becomes water, until if they try to become all water, they become fully submerged and go unconscious, or they'll go unconscious and fall over, but then their devil fruit turns off because they're unconscious. I think that'd be hilarious. It feels like the type of thing Oda would do.
I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I thought that Ace was a water type of thing, it did not even thinking about the fact that it was a devil fruit. And then later I was like, water? Come on.
I think it'd be very funny to have a water devil fruit user.
I could see Oda doing it. I really could. So they don't let him on. And we see who's Kazan at the time being like, sorry, but if the Buster Call was stopped by a former Navy member, how bad would that look? Well, just wait till you find out how bad it's going to look in the future.
When you give someone a Buster Call and they blow up Enies lobby.
And that's right. And so then they have this huge fight about him saying, like, this is your idea of justice, which really goes back into my thing again with the Shadow of Darkness.
Narwhal's common misconception, all still water makes devil fruit users weak. Sorry, back to you.
Yeah, I just read that in the SBS. And so this went back to my, like, theory about the Shadow of Darkness when he was talking about how wrong this is and how each person had a different idea of what wrong would be. So Kuzan at this time had his own version of what wrong would be, and then Saul had his own version, and then we had another piece of crap with his own version, which included blowing up the evacuation ship.
Yeah.
And
justice is when you blow up a boat full of escapees.
Yeah. And so that's what I was talking about. This is one of those times that I was like thinking about the way that justice looks so different. And that's one of the ways that you create havoc is through a chaotic justice.
I mean, this justice, I think, is one of the least chaotic. It's absolute. It's a hard yes and no. It's we give no chance of quarter to criminals. They all die.
Yeah, but his black and white justice next to Okiji. So on the Okiji is so great thing, when he goes, I would never go as far as that jerk. And he's too strong. Saul has escaped. And then what does Kuzan do? Ice time capsule. So he freezes Saul. So you're so great and you would never go as far as that guy, but then you froze Saul and we're taking Robin. No. Not so great. You know what, Okiji? They may like you. I'm not sold. Oh, no, I forgot about this. How could I have forgot?
Don't worry, Robin. Ain't no one born in this world to be
alone. This is the end of the line for me. I'm cornered, but someday, without a doubt, you will meet friends. The sea is vast. You'll find friends who will protect you. No one is ever born in this world to be completely alone. Don't forget, Robin, Dureshi Shishi, and go live with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's all alone.
With a 70-ish million bounty on her head.
Ohara is noble. We cannot give up on the future of the world. So laugh when you're hurting, Robin, laugh. It seems stupid to laugh when you're hurting. That's not true. Dureshi, she. Somewhere out at sea, I know they're waiting. Go and find your friends. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, he is so damn cool, as in cold-hearted. Last time, that's what I was about to say, Mary. Oh, my God.
I so dearly love the line, ain't no one, the way the dub translated, I'm pretty sure, is ain't no one born in this world to be alone. It's so brutal. It's so great. I love Saul. Hey, another good Marine. Oh wait, he quit. Well,
He also got completely frozen. Yeah, Frostfire. No wonder Robin is so terrified of him. Like, how can you not be when that was your experience with Okiji? And so Okiji freezes the rudder. Okay, do you want a hero cookie, Okiji? They put a bounty on her head. She runs out into the world and literally gets used by everyone. Goes place to place to place, people figuring out that she has this giant bounty on her head and keeping her there just long enough to use her. And you see her as she grows up throughout her childhood, all the different people who take advantage of her until she goes to Crocodile because she wants to take control of her own future and have agency over what she's able to do. And she knows if Crocodile takes her in, then that will be her opportunity to go and search for the missing 100 years, which of course has become an obsession for you because now she wants to finish the work that the people of Ohara were unable to do, and she also wants to have retribution on the government and find the thing they are most afraid of because she hates them so very, very much. And so how do you hurt them? You bring to light the thing they're most afraid of.
and yet she was willing to give that all up when her friends that she went to see and found
Exactly.
were threatened with the same
Absolutely
death as her
shows
loved
you
ones.
how much she loves them, even if she's unaware of how much she loves them. Exactly, Frostfire. She is chased across the earth. Everyone uses her, reviles her, treats her as if she should never have been born for nothing but knowledge. And yet, she is willing to give up all of her hopes and her dreams for the safety of the Straw Hats. Like, what she gives up for them cannot be understated. So then it becomes more clear to you why she would be so reticent and say, go away, let me make this sacrifice. Don't make it worse by being here. What did I even sacrifice for? What did I give up my dream for if you're going to come here and put yourself in harm's way? And you can kind of see, because of this backstory, Robin's perspective of why it is that she was so pissed off to see them. Oh. Okay, well, there's my heart now. I don't know if I have anything else to go because I've broken myself.
The thing is, it gets even sadder though because we have one of the most iconic moments in the entire series. Saying it again, got a lot of iconography, to be fair, in this section, where we have Robin saying she still wants to die, Spandam saying, you idiots, you think you can take on the entire world. That's what it means to take this woman on. And Luffy realizing the way he always does exactly what someone needs. She needs to know that even if she will give up her life because otherwise they need to fight the whole world, that they would rather fight the whole world than leave her behind. Sniper King, shoot down that flag.
Everything can be put to this first page prior to that happening, and I think that it's really important that this happens first because you can see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That attack is now aimed directly at you. So Robin comes out of it. The Buster Call is right here and now, not only at Enies lobby, but all of you will be blown away too. And then she goes in. That attack is now aimed directly at you, my friends, whom I found at long last. The more I wish to stay with you all, the greater your risk from the fangs of my destiny. No matter how far across the sea I sail, an unshakable foe continues to pursue me, and that foe is simply the world and its darkness. Whew. And so they hear everything. She goes on and on about how upsetting it is. Then he talks about the representation of the unity of the 179 different nations and goes on about it. And then Luffy looks at the flag and goes, oh, I totally get who Robin's enemy is now. Sniper King, shoot down that flag. Oh, that was going to be the picture too, but I just imagined it just being Luffy's face, and I was like, oh, I mean, maybe, but we could have done something great there.
I can see it working.
Yeah, I could see it working.
I think these are going to turn out.
And then
cool.
What does Sniper King say? Roger. Special attack. Firebird star. Boom. And the flag burns, and everyone's mouth dropping it. Do they realize what an attack on the flag means? The pirates have made a declaration of war against the world government. And then Luffy says, are you crazy? They say, do you really think you could survive now that the entire world's your enemy? And Luffy screams, bring it on! Robin, say that you want to live. She goes through her whole life. She goes through the whole sequence of the things that have happened to her. I just want to die. The sea is vast. You'll find your friends who will protect you. Have faith in Luffy. If it really is okay to make a little wish, I want to live.
It's so good. And I just want to talk about the anime really quickly because I sent you both versions. The English and Japanese voice actress both killed this so hard.
My God.
It's so good. It's so well done. It's just beautiful.
And then Frankie immediately cries, I like you guys, darn it.
I love this. The I Want to Live is so good, and immediately after, everyone just has all the resolve they need to stick in, fight, and take on the world.
Well, that's because that's just like it is all the time with the Straw Hats. Like Nami said when that happened last time and they found out why Robin took off, then they said, well, now that we know what happened, that's all we need. That was it. This, for some reason, I always associated the sea with the home of the pirates. Robin screams, I want to live. Take me with you. Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely, Red. Oh, my God.
So, I think since this next part...
This might be one of the greatest arcs ever, but right after that, because Oda was thinking things haven't been emotional enough and people haven't done crazy enough things, right after that, Frankie says that can't be... says Spanman. That's the blueprint of the ancient military weapon Pluton. It's the real thing. Do you believe me? And then what does he do to it? Oh, lights it on fire. Blows fire on it and just eviscerates it. What an amazing moment. An amazing.
It's pretty fantastic.
Okay, what do you need from me?
I think as we go forward, we've been doing this 3 hours. I think we need to jump fight to fight instead of chapter to chapter for a while for the action portion if we're going to be able to cover everything we want to.
I can move pretty quick through this section.
All right, it's been 3 hours. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. I need to get us out in an hour.
Nope. We'll see. But we'll probably go a little bit over, but I would like to aim for an hour if we can, because it starts to get harder to keep drawing.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do
it. Jormax, you keep commenting, I think reading wrong what I'm saying. Like the comment on don't bully her, when I was like, it just gets happier from here. That's just a comment on how sad the backstory is. I'm not being antagonistic, and I'm aware that she knows what she's doing, but we do have to cover what the time frame is and have a plan.
Yeah, but Jormax understands that you're a djinn.
Look, there are times where that's the case. There's some times where I'm just trying to host a show with you.
Okay, djinn. Here we go.
Oh, do the poll. There's a poll happening. What is this poll? No, I Want to Live is more powerful than Luffy Help Me. I love Luffy Help Me, but it's I Want to Live.
Yeah, it's absolutely I Want to Live. Luffy Help Me is so good. They're so similar. They're right. I'm glad that they put them together, but because they're so similar. They're just parallel stories, which is why you can see that beautiful relationship between Nami and Robin, and that whether Robin knows it, Nami has done a lot of healing by having the Straw Hats in her life, and Robin hasn't had that opportunity to trust and to love someone. But the person who gets it is Nami, because Nami is thinking, I know what it looks like. And so therefore I'm going to be on Team Robin, and I'm going to help her learn to feel like loving her she's worthy of that love.
I think Nami definitely understands what Robin is going through in a very special way.
Yeah, exactly. And so they have a really, really unique friendship. The fight between Nami and Lionhead is pretty epic. Seeing how Nami now treats her weapon and what's happened to it, it's so cool. Because all this time, remember when I was telling you how, good God, I hope Nami, does less of the just wait a minute, I need to kill you, but I have to get my bearings.
Yeah.
And every single fight scene, Nami is more and more holding her own. And she's now fighting against CP9. Yep. Like, this better show up in her other fights with other people, because she is fighting, holding her own, and kicking ass against CP9. Nami is next leveling, and I need to see that reflected. Okay. Into... Oh, yeah. My God, he fights... Luffy does a lot of running till he fights Lucci.
It takes a while for him to get there.
And Zoro's fight with
Kaku and
Giraffe Head.
Yeah.
I think he prefers Giraffe Head. He thinks giraffes are awesome.
He does think giraffes are awesome. I don't know if that means he prefers the name Giraffe Head.
Pretty sure he does.
So your Sona is a giraffe. How do you feel about Giraffe Head as a name?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Giraffe Head's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, that was a Jin move. I saw you propose a logic that I could apply to you and immediately jumped on it like, all right.
Let's be honest, everything you do is a Jin move.
I stand by not all of it is. That one, that straight up was. Inarguably.
Who doesn't like a good, you have to pet the boy. I love a good fart power.
Bellamy.
Sanji's first fight with Giraffe Head is epic.
Oh, you're so bad.
And Usopp believing that the wolf was asleep, that he could sneak up and get the key. Yeah, that's how that would go.
Yep.
That made sense.
He got tricked. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I like that he says, I'm not into playing with my prey. It makes it even better when we have Sanji come in here and say, I'm the hunter. Like, come on. So good. Because here we had somebody who was treating Usopp like prey. And then along comes Sanji and was like, yeah, well, you know what, bitch? I'm the hunter.
It's a table turn. I also, something about the choreography in this moment, that this whole scene that I love, is shonen series in the past tended to not focus a lot on their side characters, and Oda was part of a movement of making the side characters have their own fight so that there's more to do in the arc, and it's not just the main character fighting the big bad or people holding off the big bad for the main character. It just got a little boring over time, so they made that change. But what Oda does here is great because it bypasses a trope that came out of that era, which is everyone immediately fighting the people who they are ready and capable of beating. Instead, a ton of people start out fighting people who are out of their league or who they don't match up well against, and everyone shifts around until they find where they're useful.
Yeah, I agree. It made me think, too, about how when people are studying history, they overlook the people or the smaller players, and they only look at, like, the heads and the generals and the historical things of that, but that you actually find out more about a time period by looking at business owners, people in the towns, et cetera, et cetera. And it felt very like a historical perspective on how to look at the crew that we do look at. We do look at the side players. We're not just looking at the Caesars.
It's not. This isn't just Luffy's story. This is the Straw Hat crew.
Exactly.
And honestly, tons of other people. Like, Frankie is not a Straw Hat and is a huge player. Polly, the Frankie family are important to different parts. Kokoro helps them survive many times. Like, every person
Having
here
said that,
matters.
I was still disappointed in the commies sidekicks. They sucked.
The commies henchmen... Okay, here's an interesting one. CP9 or Baroque Works? Who's got the better lineup?
Ooh. Oh.
It's tough, isn't it? Let's make this a
If
poll.
we're talking about fighting power, it's CP9.
It's not fighting power. This is just
that I am interested in.
Interesting characters for the henchman and villain.
That's a hard call.
Because for me, I think it's Baroque Works, because while I like Enies Lobby better, I think the villains are great, but I don't think they are carrying the arc in the same way Crocodile carries Alabasta to me. Like, Crocodile and Baroque Works carry the arc. They are a lot of why it's so enjoyable.
I will say that the Baroque Works people were more interesting.
That's kind of where I'm at. I think Enies Lobby's the better arc, in my opinion.
CP9, yeah, the CP9 are kind of like very similar to each other, even though there's a lot of differences. They all fight with the same style. They all attack in the same way, and they belong to this group that kind of asks for more of a format of a way to be. It even looks at their power levels against each other under the same thing. Whereas in Baroque Works, you got your number 2, and then you've got that stupid 6 snot gun, and your number 7. Like, the people are so different.
There's a weird variety. Yeah, I think Baroque Works at this point in my series is my favorite villain lineup, even if I like Skypiea and Enies Lobby more than I like Alabasta.
Also, keep in mind, Baroque Works had Robin.
They do have Robin. They have that going for him.
Like, Robin was a Baroque Works person for a long time. So, yeah, I think Baroque Works for me.
Yeah. Even though Enies Lobby is definitely the arc I like better of the two of them.
Oh, right. I adore Enies Lobby.
So, I think
I can't believe the giraffe was able to slice the building in half.
He's just an impressive giraffe. Giraffes are awesome.
Yeah, giraffes are awesome. Of course, Usopp actually handcuffs himself to Zoro. That was going to happen, but that's okay, because the fact that Usopp then became a sword was worth that.
What did yours translate it as? I remember Nose Storm as the translation.
It was Nose Storm for you?
Yeah, Nose Storm was the name that Zoro gave Usopp the sword.
Mine was something like that. I bet that was way cooler, though, in the anime than it is in the manga, even though it was funny and it was awesome, because watching him be actually swung around would have been hilarious.
Unfortunately, until very, very recently, Zoro's animation's always been kind of mid. Sanji gets like cool choreography, and Zoro gets a bunch of like slashes, and then he goes and then there's blood, and then he does some slashes, and the other guy goes and there's some blood, and at the end he's like now I'm gonna use this move, and then he does a cool pose and he's past somebody, and then there's a big slash in the air, and then blood flies out of them. Zoro's fights in the anime only recently started being cool. Why? Because he's cool. That's people are a fan because he's cool.
I feel bad for him, because in the manga he's killing it and has all sorts of interesting look things, and I thought, I would love to see this fight in the anime, because I bet it's so cool to watch Usopp being wielded like a sword.
Yeah, it's not bad, and there are cool fights for Zoro. Like the Mr. 1 fight was, it was nowhere near the animation quality of the Mr. 2 fight, but just overall, Zoro's fights tend to get less interesting animation until very, very recently, where, in my opinion, probably one of the most, if not the most, best animated fights is a Zoro fight.
Interesting. The Sanji's fight with Bubblehead, because that's what I call her now.
Khalifa.
I know it's sexist. Khalifa the Bubblehead. Was predictable.
You mean that he
I know it had to happen. Yeah, like, the trope of him not being able to fight women, okay, yeah, whatever, it's Sanji.
It feels weird that this is actually the first time I feel like it's been narratively exploited to this extent at all.
I think it might be like he attempts to kick her a couple of times and then
but he doesn't even
backflip.
Go for it. He like goes to show he could hit her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I was like, I mean, I know it's his thing, but
he refused.
It has to have some sort of a change in the future, because otherwise it's going to be really awkward if the entire time as soon as somebody is a woman, he's like, oh, sorry, I can't fight you. And it better not be somebody who's traditionally seen as non-attractive, because then that would be a real piss off. No, I can't fight a woman unless she's ugly. But anyways, when he was fighting Bubblehead, I was like, oh man, weak sauce. And meanwhile, Nami versus Kumadori, she was kicking ass.
I mean, she did better than expected, but she definitely wasn't winning that one.
It's not just that though. Like, she was up somebody from CP9 who was at a high level, and she was holding the crap out of herself, and she only just started fighting recently, right?
That's
so
true.
Like, you could see why she's on a learning curve. Within the first year of her becoming a fighter, she fights CP9. Come on.
I mean, she fought like some Mook pirates before now, but like no real opponents.
No, she mostly did thievery and deception and that type of thing, trickery. And now she's becoming a fighter. And within this first year of her becoming a fighter, she ends up fighting CP9. Yeah. CP9!
Not an easy early opponent. She went from Baroque Works to God to CP9. She's been having a rough gauntlet early on in her career as a pirate.
Yeah, they were like, you know what, Nami? Let's take you on a really steep learning curve. Let's just change everything about this for you.
But I do love the switch up that comes because of it, where we then have Frankie take on Fukuro, Chopper take on Kumadori, Nami take on Khalifa, and Sanji take on Jabara.
Yeah, I don't remember a time that we did that much of a switch up. Like in Alabaster, we had that moment when Sanji was like, peace out of here, Usopp, I'm going to take over. But other than that, I can't think of like a switcheroo they've ever done before in fighting.
And even then, that happened after Usopp lost. Like, it wasn't like a pre-end of the fight, oh shit, we're up against the wrong people, we need to switch around.
Yeah, 100%. So I really enjoyed it because I like to be able to see, you know, now you're seeing the same power level style of fighting against a different Straw Hat. And okay. Are we going to go into that right now? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I love that we're going to get to see Chopper with, what are his little
rumble balls?
What a thing. Rumble balls.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to say it. I was like, what are his little balls called?
His little medicine are called rumble balls, and they help him use his devil fruit powers to a greater extent, and he has a fight with Kumadori. Kumadori introduces life return as a martial art where you can control your body more precisely. We'll return to that later.
No, don't do that because we're going to talk about it.
We'll return to that later.
So when Luffy gets up there with the kid and her weird bunny cat, and then he bites his thumb, so that he can go into the next gear because it's steel. So he's like, stand back, gear 3, and bites his thumb. I bite my thumb at you, sir. I love that. It felt very Shakespeare comes to One Piece. And then afterwards, there's the rebound where he overextends and then becomes little again, but manages to smash through that giant ass door. I was like, gear 3, huh? Isn't that interesting? Every time he bites his thumb, though, in my head, I hear, I bite my thumb at you, sir. And then he runs and then goes spring, back up. I'll beat that pigeon guy for sure. He's 100% positive that he's going to beat Mr. Pigeon Face without any hesitation. I love that for you, Luffy, given that the last time you were absolutely tanked by it. And then I love the fight between the owl and Frankie. I think that was a really well done fight and a really good beginning up until we have Chopper sticking the lion into the fridge and then taking the third rumble ball when he comes out. It also gave us a little backstory on Chopper, knowing that Chopper went through a thing where he did actually behave like a monster and ended up attacking the entire town and doesn't remember what happened because he forgets everything that happens to him and he didn't recognize everyone. He keeps handing things out to Frankie out of the fridge that are not Coca-Cola, which is amazing.
It was a great bit. Opening the fridge over and over again. Kumadori being too busy doing his kabuki speeches to break out of the fridge. Like, he'd be like, I am free, and then close again. It's
so strong.
Great gag. Great gag.
Love the tracking cannons idea. The fights when you're having fights with Frankie are so fascinating because his body changes in so many ways and he has to keep track of all the different weapons that he has and how to use them. So it's not just like where you learn a skill and then they're trying to use your devil fruit in interesting and unique ways. He has to be like, okay, what else do I have in here? What other thing can I pull out? His fart attack, fantastic. Like if you're going to be filled with cola, you must fart your way out of situations. Like you just have to.
Burst.
Pardon?
Coup de burst is what it's called. I was just saying the attack name.
Oh, coup de burst. Okay.
Not a correction. Just
repeat. Coup de vent?
Coup de vent. You're right. Coup de vent is the fart. Coup de burst is a different thing that I am remembering. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Fart humor is always worthy. Then when that other dude comes out, and so this is more because you and I are going to be talking about something else, so let's remember this.
Yes.
When the lion comes out of the fridge, he helped himself to all the food in the entire world, gained a whole bunch of weight, and then he comes out. Sorry, I'm moving forward because you know that the fights go back and forth, but I'm just trying to find his fight.
I think it's fine to cover. At this point, I think fight by fight is the way we usually break it down.
Yeah. So then when he comes out of the fridge and he's fighting, he's gained all this weight, and then he talks about how he can feed his entire body with it. Thy concern is unnecessary. And then he goes, life return, digest, absorb. And then he puts all of the food into his entire body. A millennium in the sea, a millennium in the mountains, inhaling the wind. I looked up this poem, by the way, because this is actually a poem about a willow. Oh. And then I read the little story about the willow. It was absolutely fascinating. I'll talk about that a little bit later in corkboarding. But he says, in nature, from the hair on one's head, from one's vital organs to the tip of one's toes, even to the end of one's short hairs, there is not a single spot that cannot be controlled with one's consciousness.
Yeah, an extra cool little martial art technique that exists apparently, where you can control your body more precisely, which we will talk about later.
Okay. And so I loved this because he goes right back to the exact shape he was in before. He absorbs all these things. He speaks Shakespearean English, which was interesting as well.
That translation is actually very intentional because he's a kabuki character. That's his inspiration. So his kabuki language is translated as Shakespeare language.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then they have this huge fight, but Chopper realizes, and good on Chopper too, because we've seen Chopper fight a few people, but here's Chopper fighting a CP9 and not a low CP9. And he's doing pretty good. He starts to get his ass a bit kicked, but he's doing pretty darn good. And then he is forced to go 3. No, don't say that. Whoops, that was so close. I'm not even going to say that one. I'm not even going to tell you what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm not going to ask based off the tone of your voice alone.
I think we both know you shouldn't. And then when he takes his third little rumble ball, he's like an absolute frickin' menace. Love the whole backstory.
It's Monster Point time.
Oh my God. The whole don't do it, blah, 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 blah. And an entire village was nearly destroyed. It's fine if you inherit your father's love of experiments, but you can't rush into these things without having careful evaluation. You're the spitting image of that quack doctor. He's gonna kill me, says Little Chopper. Oh. Yeah, I agree. It is a Hulk range. I thought when I saw this reminds me of the show The Hulk when I was a little kid. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. But holy crap, can we just take a moment to say that there's no way that a 3 Rumble Ball Chopper isn't going to be used in the future? I'm hoping that in the future we do a thing where we also find a way to help Chopper learn to have consciousness in here as well. Mm-hmm. But this reminded me of 3-tier Luffy, and it seems that the difference is... third gear Luffy. It seems that the difference is that Chopper, when he takes the Rumble Ball changes him in a way that is beyond his consciousness, and it takes him into being unaware of who he is or what he does. Whereas with Luffy, it seems to heighten the consciousness of who he is and what he does. Do you know what I mean?
I get you. For Chopper's Monster Point, I love how menacing it's presented. I think making something just powerful it's hard to sell that and have it mean much in a series like this sometimes, because you have to really show what that means. And I think they accomplish it completely just by how, without caring, thinking, like almost accidentally, Chopper beats Kumadori, an enemy that he wasn't strong enough to beat a moment ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not effort. It's not even a lack of effort. It happens inevitably, like he's a force of nature. Yeah,
exactly. And anything in his way would have had the same thing. And yeah, it is a prediction. Like, they're going to definitely use Chopper's 3 Rumble Ball in the future, but I'm also predicting that they're going to help Chopper to have consciousness in his discerning friend from foe.
Okay.
That's my hope.
Okay.
When Frankie beats up Owlface and gets the number 4 key, and then we have the fight, which I shall not even talk about except to be like, oh yeah, then there was a fight with Nami. She fucked some bubble girl.
I actually liked that fight. I think Nami did a really good job, but okay, we'll skip past
it. Nami did an amazing job. The lightning, the shocking her through the thing, the using the resources that she had inside of there, all phenomenal. I also thought it was a pervert's fight.
All right.
Although there is one part I loved.
Uh-huh.
Her stupid sheep is actually kind of hilarious.
It's adorable.
Soap sheep? Oh, you're going to use the word adorable?
It's really cute how dumb it looks. It's great.
It's not adorable. She looks like a moron, but
it's
I
cute.
Like it. I don't think it's cute.
All right.
But Nami in this one, she's top tier. Nami is like killing it, figuring out what's going on, adapting her fighting style techniques, using her weather thing to her best ability. Nami is top tier. I hate Bubblehead though, so I really was so disappointed in her stupid devil fruit. I can't even tell you. I was like, oh my god, what is she gonna have? I can't even wait. I'm so freaking excited.
It's soap.
Sexy bubbles? Shut up. That's so lame. That's not even a cool fighting thing. You took her from, like, you made her the weakest. She was a receptionist for 5 years. Then she comes back and you give her sexy bubbles?
I mean, it's soap. It's not called the sexy bubble fruit. It's the soap fruit.
It is. It is now. It is officially the sexy bubble fruit. I'm writing it down right here. That makes it so. The sexy bubble.
Well, no. Mama Drock knows what her choice is between soap and slip because she actually really likes the slip fruit, and Alvida does use it in cool ways.
Come on. Slip, you move away from fighting attacks of other people. Slip, no sword. Slip, no bullets. Slip, slide your way to the movies and go watch one and slip your way back. That thing is awesome. sexy bubble fruit. Wah, wah.
Yeah.
I wanted to see some cooler fighting. I'm going to tell you, had the cooler fight in the sexy bubble versus Nami and her awesome weather thing was Nami. Hands down, top of the charts, baby. Nami killed it. I'm not opposed to women looking sexy. Nami looked like a bloody goddess in that fight.
So,
but bubble.
So let's move on to something less contentious for you and talk about Jabara and Sanji. Now that Sanji shows up.
No, contentious says like there's any contention to be have about debate. There's no debate. It just
I
sucks.
like Khalifa's fruit. I think it's funny.
Yeah, but you're wrong. You're allowed your own opinions even when they're not right.
Ooh, okay.
That is such a youism. I feel pure joy having said it. When you gin the gin. Here we go. So when Luffy cranks through, he gets into the room and you have got Lucci standing there. Welcome. Aha, the pigeon guy. Have you noticed that Luffy and I both refuse to call people by their name and call them things like...
I pointed that out in like episode 2, that you have the Luffyism of not using people's names.
Lion guys, bubblehead girl, pigeon guy. Luffy and I are on the same page, man. That maybe isn't great, but it is what it is. So when he goes in there and sees Pigeon Guy, I was like, yes, Pigeon Guy. That's exactly what you should call him. I do like their fight. So I've compared it a few times. We get the backstory of Lucci, and then we have our backstory of Luffy, and they both kind of go into wanting to be something different at about the same time. And it seems like...
I just want to check. Do we want to do Luffy Lucci before we do Sanji and Zoro's fights? Because we haven't covered them.
All right, if you want to do that, we will.
I just figure we should talk about them, because this is the final this is the big battle.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. So we moved in and we have Zoro fighting with the Sniper King, jabbing away, trying to get key number 4, key number 1. They're in the wolf room, and Chopper climbing down the outside of the building as if he's King Kong. Yeah, high five, Chopper. That's a great look for you. And then this is when Stupid, or as I call him, Stupid Head, presses the transponder snail, the golden transponder snail, and may or may not have started a problem.
Yeah, may or may not have called the government's most powerful attack onto one of its main bases.
But here was a problem that I had with that. You could tell that the government is where the nest of evil comes from, because any other system, there would be a "Are you sure?" button, or a "Hey, maybe you need to actually hear his goddamn voice" button.
For what it's worth,
or anything.
Those things are only supposed to be used by admirals, and that's not who is holding it.
Okay, agreed. But here's the problem. There should be somebody who still says, like if somebody was to press a nuclear button, it would be my hope that there was a person who would then call down to the room and be like, hey, did you mean to press that nuclear button? Do you want to just have another think about it?
I do hope to the ends of the earth that there is no country on earth with a military launch program as lax as a golden transponder snail.
Yeah, exactly. The process is shady, and so it makes me think to myself, that shady chaos is definitely the root of a sneaky evil.
This is kind of like if the president could just hand a remote control to someone and be like, yeah, this is the invade Iran button. You press this and a battleship is gonna attack Iran. And I'm just gonna hand it to you.
Hey, exactly. This person, it's a nuclear football. Exactly. Yep. Oh,
again,
so good.
Any amount of love for Aokiji, he gave Spandam this thing. Spandam.
Yes, and then Spandam uses his other snail and begins telling everyone, because that's how brilliant he is, I triggered the buster call. What? No way. And then talks about how useless the government soldiers are, how he gives no craps about them. Oh, well, if they have to die, they have to die.
He was just bragging about these guys right before the Straw Hats kicked their ass.
Everything in Enies lobby is going to be leveled to the ground, all out loud, just for everybody to hear. And that is the person that Aokiji gave this thing to.
The only justification we could see in the future is if Aokiji revealed one day that he was a double agent the whole time and knew that Spandam would destroy Enies lobby. But also, how would that be his prediction? His plan was to use it at Water 7. I guess his plan was to not use it. It was to threaten to use it. But if Robin hadn't have come, he was going to use it at Water 7, a, like, shipping port and shipyard for a lot of the... Terrible. There's no justification. You can't give the nuke button to this man.
No, there is no justification. You're 100% on this one. I had the same feeling the entire time. I was like, okay.
Well, people are saying it's implied that Spandam might have stolen it, in which case, how does Spandam steal this from you, you dumb bitch?
No, there's a thing here where they kind of say that it was given to him in real ways.
Okay.
I will try to find it later, and if I don't and I find something else, I'll say that.
He was just extra lazy that
slaps,
day. Y'all want justifications for this man to be okay.
He slaps Robin again because Spandam.
God, there is a scene of a thing he does to her that just thinking about hurts me.
Where he kicks her down the stairs?
Nope. We'll get there. It's near the end.
Oh, okay. Are we going to end the other fights first?
Yeah. So,
fine.
Zoro Sanji, they get split when Sanji shows up and takes on Jabara. Usopp gets freed to go do what he can do, which is the line you alluded to earlier where Sanji is like, hey.
Okay, let's just make sure we say that.
Yeah,
he says to him, I'm going to do what I can do, and you are going to go to do the things that you are good at, which then comes back later when Usopp is recognized to be an incredible sharpshooter, and we get to see for the first time at the same time, because we've seen some interesting things, but nothing to the level that Usopp uses later, where he's able to, like, I don't know, what do you think, 400 meters out? To like,
I think the guys say it's like 2 kilometers. I think people say a distance and it's insane.
Yeah, that he makes a shot that nobody else could, which is like top tier Usopping. And so finally Usopp gets to feel like it's okay if you can't do all these things. You need to be your best at the things you can do. And Zoro just says it right out loud. I know this isn't your strength, but guess what? You have strengths I don't have.
Sanji, I think, says it.
Go do the things. Yeah, sorry, Sanji. We both have done that now.
Yeah.
Go do the things that you are capable of doing better than anyone else. And I'll do the things I'm capable of doing. And that's what makes us a team.
And
you're just like, yeah, baby.
I love so much that scene. It's so great to see the soldiers be amazed at Usopp's sniping skills, have him be pinging them down because they're about to flee with Robin. I love it. We gotta go back. Sanji and Zoro both have a power-up that we gotta talk about, though, before we can move on, because people care a lot about power-ups in shonen.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, you start on it. I'm getting to that page.
Okay, so in Sanji's fight with Jabara, he's able to deal damage, but Jabara has trained himself to be able to move while using Tekai, Iron Body, the hardening technique that they use to have an extra defense. So it's hard to actually deal damage to him, and Sanji needs a way that he can deal damage through his iron defenses. And do you want to talk about your feelings about Diable Jambe?
Yeah. Okay.
Crossfire. Fuck.
Did I say it? Did I tell you about my feelings about Diablo?
No, you have not.
Or are you just asking me?
You have not, okay. Either on stream or on a phone call.
Oh, okay. So for me, this was another one of those times when I said, okay, this is a person who is finding an ability that he shouldn't have. Like, we've never seen it before. We've never seen him practice before. He got into battles with people and suddenly he's able to do things like this. So I thought 2 things. Number 1, there was a moment when they were fighting when somebody said, for a minute there, you looked like a demon. And then Sanji uses this power shortly after. Really should be corkboarding, but oh well, some soup spilling. And so just in a really kind of weird way, I was like, maybe his ability to do this Diablo Jam is actually kind of a demon thing. Maybe this is like a devil thing, because he's able to spin himself and spin himself and spin himself. And then within his body, he is able to hold all that heat inside of his leg before he makes that hit. And yeah, exactly like this person. This is an ability he should not have. And so I was like, but if you were a demon, maybe you should have it.
Are we gonna say? Are we making a theory that Sanji's part demon?
You bet, baby.
All right, let's get it locked and loaded.
And so would you say he's heat on his feet? You bet I would. And so when he's doing this spin, 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 I was like, this, along with the panel where the person he was fighting with earlier said it looked for a moment like I was fighting with a demon. And he said it for, I'm trying to remember if I remember it for Zoro as well. I was like, I think that Sanji might be a demon. Maybe Zoro as well. Maybe they're demon brothers. I don't know, but I'm going to go into the Zoro later. But it would make sense that suddenly, and again, and I know that Katu was saying monkey see, monkey do, but it's the whole crew. The whole crew is able to see people fight in certain ways, and then their mind and their bodies immediately kick up a piece, and every single one of them learns techniques they didn't have before, is able to manipulate their bodies in ways they didn't have before. And so for me, I was like, baby, are you a demon? I like you just the same, but are you? And then with Usopp's face being one of the demon people in Japan, I was like, holy crap, does Luffy have a crew of demons?
We've said a crew of gods before, but or at least supernatural entities, so I guess you could have that be a demon leaning.
Supernatural, yeah. I said supernatural. But anyway, yeah, that was just a little thing I was kind of wondering about.
All right.
And then it puts into question, would the demons be the good guys and the government be the bad guy? Fascinating. All right.
So what are your, do you think it's cool power up, just action wise? What's your thought on Diablo Jam?
Are you kidding me? It was so awesome.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't get enough of it. I was like, holy shit, that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I went and read it, and I was reading it in black and white at the time because there's a lot of swearing in the other one, and I was like, is that what they meant to have here? And so I went and read it all in black and white, and then I went back into the color because I was like, I got to see that man's leg in color.
it's
I got to
cool
see
shot.
that fight again. God damn, that's a cool fight.
And then, meanwhile, Zoro is fighting Kaku and needs to sword harder. And what does he do to sword more good?
Hell is with you.
Look, see, Sanji's I can pitch in a really easy way where it's like, yeah, his enemy hardens his body and he needs a way to deal damage without having to bypass that hardness, or with able to ignore the hardness. He needs to deal damage a different way. So he lights himself on fire to deal fire damage, which ignores that his body's hardened. All that makes sense. How do you pitch the need for what Zoro does? Like, what is the...
And this is exactly the problem with Zoro probably for the anime, is that when you have moments like this, like, the spinning is almost like a dance move, right? Like, you're like,
yeah,
pirouette, hard.
What do you do when Zoro
And then you get to Zoro and you're like,
you
scored really hard.
What? But like, how do you... He grow head. He grow two head. He grow four arms.
No, dude.
I love Kaku's creative. People are talking about Kaku's creative abilities, and I really do love how far Kaku pushes Giraffe.
No, this is what I was saying. This is one of the other reasons that I was so disappointed in Bubblehead's Devil Fruit. Because Kaku's Devil Fruit and the ability that how quickly he learned his Giraffe, that whole like pull your head back, kind of Luffyism, right? But it's like tick, 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 and his head goes back, and then boom, out goes his big ass square nose and hits you. And the turning himself into a box because he has a box-like face, another excellent thing.
I love that his entire body, because of his square nose, is just like rectangles.
It's amazing.
His entire giraffe body is
fighting abilities. He also does a great one where he does fierce smash, and he's like do 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 whiplash, and his head almost becomes like this snake-like thing with this hard-ass nose at the end attacking Zoro. Of course, Zoro needed to do something. Kaku is like, whoa. Okay, so this is the other part. I thought Sanji may have demonness because his leg gets so hot and doesn't, I don't know, burst into flames and kill him or cook the meat of his leg. Although, okay. But he does demon aura 9-sword style, and I was like, Zoro?
Yeah.
Am I being told you're a demon as well?
In most translations, he calls it Ashura, which is a specific demon / god.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I was like, are you both demons? And God, I hope they are.
I feel like there is at least a cartoony intuitiveness to how Sanji does what he does, but how does this one?
That's what I was going to say to you. This one comes out of the where?
How do you...
1 minute he's Zoro, and then he's fighting, and then suddenly he's like, Demora, 9-sword styles. There's 3 of them inside one thing. Asura! And then I'm like, wait a minute.
What did
you fought yourself into a 9-sword style?
An interpretation I have seen people suggest is he just starts moving so fast it looks like he has 3 heads and 6 arms, but also, like, that doesn't really seem to be what's happening.
No, that's not it.
That's
rude of me, because there might be people who feel that way, and I could see why you could say it was it.
It feels like a good justification to explain what's happening, but yeah,
But my justification is that he is a demon.
All right. Demon Zoro Sanji, we have it.
Because he goes from nothing to everything. Now, I think that unlike Sanji, we see Zoro spend hours in meditation, and we see him, we know because we've been shown by Oda that he practices and he works and he's not just falling into powers by accident. So him going into this almost makes sense to me, in that I could see him having had kind of transcendental moments, you know, and feeling like he was on the edge of something. And yes, this person with the Hinduism, that was another thing I thought about with all the different arms, et cetera, but it just felt they're not like fairy things. They're real. They have substance to them. I'm watching this one thing where he's running and he has 6 swords coming out of the sides of his body, all doing things at the same time. Each one of them are hitting Kakura in different ways. This isn't just a projection. These are swords. They are hurting him. He has 9 swords.
Even if you can grow arms and heads, where does the swords come from?
Yeah, and that's exactly what my thinking was. He pulls them out of the 7th dimension of hell.
I have seen a theory.
I don't know.
I have seen a theory that his ability to send out blade beams is a projection of blade, so that it's a projection of his killing intent, and the reason it can actually cut is because it's a projection of blades, just like when he does a blade beam attack. And sure, maybe.
I like Chili Fish's idea.
What's that one?
Zoro did the mitosis.
Zoro mitosis, but he only went halfway and then he stopped.
And then he was like, boop, 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 boop. Nah,
he did mitosis halfway in either direction, and then he got lost and went back.
Then he was like, you know what? I don't want to do that anymore. I was so happy to see the great good giants running away, my Sodom and Gomorrah. Thank you, great good giants. Everybody starts to go off. Robin is being dragged across the bridge where Jerkface, Robin chomping onto the bridge and trying not to be ripped away.
This is the one that hurts me to look at. And then Spandam stepping on her head when she's biting the bridge.
And the blood dripping out of her mouth onto the side of the bridge.
Oh god, this fucked me up.
Oh my heart. My freaking heart.
This fucks me up.
Oh, I was just like, stop it, I can't do this anymore. Yo.
Why do we need to keep hurting this woman? Stop.
And then this How many times do I have to say it? There's no hope for you.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit brutal.
I can't even. Oh, but her will to live, like Luffy would have been so proud to see her doing that.
Oh yeah.
She has nothing. She's lost her ability to use her devil fruit, and she bites onto the bridge. Ugh. So good. So good. So good. So proud. All the different people are coming up. Can we do the Lucci fight?
I think we do it. I think we got to do Lucci fight, and then the ending where nothing is sad.
God. This Lucci fight was incredible. The fight
good.
between them goes on for something like 12 chapters.
Yep.
In multiple chapters, there's just a piece of them fighting and all the different things that happen, and Luffy moving into second gear, and then the fight taking on again, and da-da-da-da-da-da, and you're breathing very heavily. Beating you is all that matters. I see now how tough you are. And so we have all these fights after fights after fights. And I think what makes this fight so cool for me is I was thinking, now I can talk about it.
Yep.
That Lucci, when did they say 8 for him too? What is with the age of 8? Goes walking into a building where there's all these freaking people, and he annihilates hundreds of people.
Oh, kills all the pirates and the hostages.
And then kills all the pirates and the hostage. So we know, like, okay, Lucci is a different kind of person with a fighting level that he has been perfecting for this long. And so to watch Luffy having to fight him once we know who he is and what he's about, you're just like, oh my God, no. He was 13 years old. Okay, thank you. You're just like, no, Luffy, what are you going to do? And then he goes, you pump your legs and speed up your blood flow. The blood pressure would rupture a normal person's heart, but you can take it because your organs are blood vessels and every part of you is rubber. The technique works because you're a rubber man. Indeed, your physical abilities go through the roof, but your physical strength can't keep up with the intensity. Not very smart. So that's what we're led to believe is the only thing. It's better than doing nothing while my friends are being taken away. And that's what we're led to believe is the only thing that's happening to Luffy here. But what was interesting is you were like, I have a theory about why this is happening.
So I have a theory about this. I want to say, I think that is what's happening, but I think the way he's accomplishing it is not that simple. And I think...
And then before you go on, you said to me, you read it and see what you think is taking place here.
I didn't even say right there. I just said I have a theory related
about
to
Luffy's ability.
About Luffy's abilities in this arc, and I want to see if you have the same reading as I did, and you did, and this is something I haven't seen other people talk about, so I'm curious if chat has the same thought as us. Can I present it? Because this is something, when I wanted to make a YouTube channel
absolutely can.
years ago, I wanted to make a video about this.
The only thing I wanted to say, and you absolutely present it because we had the exact same thing, is that after I finished reading it, and I called you up, I was like, here's my thinking. And then you were like, yes, that's exactly my thinking. And you were like, and now I think it even more.
Yeah, so this is something I wanted to make a video about way back in the day, but we know, because we see things like Zoro using mantra when he learns how to cut steel, that this is a world where people can tap into martial arts and techniques without having explicit training and background in them, and we're introduced to the concept of life return in this arc. I posit that if you look at a ton of the things Luffy does, it can't just be explained by rubber, simply because it requires moving his body in a way that doesn't just involve using his muscles. And also there's other stuff that he does, like him recovering his stamina incredibly quickly by eating meat when he goes to fight Crocodile. I think Luffy has the ability to use a weaker, less refined version of life return, the martial arts ability, and that explains so much of what we've seen from Luffy. His ability to move air bone to bone to bone, that's not how bones work by default. He has to be manually moving that around. For him to use his legs as pumps, just pressing on a rubber leg isn't going to accelerate his blood flow like that. But if he did that in conjunction with controlling his veins and arteries in his legs, bunching them up, and then releasing it through his system in a shock, you could see him using life return to control his body in such a minute way he turns himself into a pump. The steam, I think, is just Gear Second accelerating himself and heating his body up, and he survives Gear Second because he's rubber, but I think he's using life return to make it happen and then surviving it being made of rubber, because we see so many different applications of his ability that don't make sense just from muscular movement. I think even things like ability to weave his fingers together into the net require more than just muscles. Yeah, him becoming super fat when eating in Whiskey Peak, that could be life return. Yep. Recovering his stamina, life return. Twisting his arm for a gum rifle, life return. He can move his body in tons of ways that isn't just muscular action. And people are saying anime logic explains that, but most characters can't do a lot of this stuff, but there are a few who can. And I think it makes sense because life return's an ability in this series.
And then when we were looking at it, and I said the same thing, sorry, I just poked my microphone, and I said the same thing. I said he also does things to give you clues that this is what's taking place, because first he gets dude to eat all the food, get really fat, then explain to us how life return works, life return release, because he teaches us about what life return is doing and how you can control every aspect of your body. And then when Luffy is having a fight with Lucci, then he goes through the process, starts steaming, and then as soon as he starts steaming, then Lucci says, life, return, release. I'll crush you in an instant. But then I was like, whoa, it's almost like we're being given a hint, though, that that's what Luffy was doing as well, but Lucci just didn't understand it, because it's right above Luffy changing again.
Oh my god, people are pointing out that there's a steam around Kumadori when he does life return to get skinny again, to hypermetabolize.
Yes, yes. And so I think that, and you were like, yeah, this is a thing that I've thought for ages. And I was like, yeah, I said, I think that it feels exactly like the way that Zoro uses mantra, but doesn't know he's using mantra. That Zoro has an ability that he's not aware of, but he's using it in a different kind of way. And that once he figures it out and realizes that it's mantra, he could perfect it. But Luffy is using life return in his own way. It's weaker, it's unmeasured, and that's why he keeps going small afterwards too. I do have another thing that you don't love, but I'm still going to say it around
can say that. This is one that I didn't agree with as much, but go for it.
Yeah, I think part of it could be true and part of it could be untrue, but I think that the reason that when he uses Gear 3, he overstretches his body, literally and figuratively. He changes the shape, he changes everything about it. He goes in too high of a gear without control. And I think because he's rubber, when he uses all the energy, then it's like overextending rubber or elastic band. Then it goes boing, and it goes in and coils in on itself and makes it smaller, which is why I think that he turns into little baby Luffy
this part after I agree
Gear
with.
3 when he overuses it.
That
part you were like, oh, that makes sense.
Well, that is my reading of that too. I think that makes sense for why he has the rebound into the little form.
Because he rebounds, because he's rubber, he stretches out too far, then he literally rebounds into being a tiny little dude. But I think his body, and this could be totally wrong, but there's just something in the back of my eye that feels like once he's little, that if somebody touched him, that he has so much potential energy in him that he's almost like a dial. And then if you touch him, some of the energy is going to go to you, which unsprings him and lets him be bigger again. Because it reminds me of, like, if you overstretch a rubber band and then it goes back, but you poke it, and I did this, by the way, just to test it again. Because I was like, am I wrong? So I overstretched a band, released it, it went broop, all little, and then you poke it and it starts to unwind. And if you poke it again, it unwinds more. So it almost feels like, for lack of a better word, kind of like a dial, in that it releases the energy back out. Maybe, maybe not, but I think it's an interesting idea.
I don't think there's nothing to that.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting, though, that we both read it and you were like, yes, that is a theory I've been working on for years that I believe.
It's something that I have felt confident about, that Luffy uses life return abilities without realizing it for a long time, because there's so much he does that muscular action doesn't really support him doing with his rubber body, but Life Return fully explains. And then he also has his recovering stamina and seemingly a bit of like health from eating a bunch of food.
Yeah, precisely. So I think that this fight was super cool because I really think that it was trying to tell us, like, you are watching Luffy use the same techniques as you are watching Lucci. But that's also cool because I started to think about the story of Lucci and how he grew up in pain, without love, without finding friendships. And most importantly here, because of the story of the Straw Hats, I think it's without finding comrades and friendships, because Luffy in his life, he started life with friendships, people protecting him, people he admired and looked up to who were good people. And so I think it's really interesting that we have Lucci, Lucci, and an I is often got a Y sound. And so all we do is change those middle ones, and Luffy, Luffy. And so it's just the change of those two consonants, and one of them is harder and one of them is softer. And I think it's interesting that we have those two characters, and then they come to fight, and eventually through the power of friendship, because it is Usopp calling out and reminding Luffy, if you do not fight, we will die.
Yeah.
You have to find strength.
I love that the way he does that isn't just by telling him. It's just, he's like, hey, pussycat, come fight me. Come fight me, bitch. Come on. Because he knows he'll die. And then
Luffy's like, shit.
Luffy's
like, oh my God, my friends. And so it is the softer thing of friendship, love, respect, and finding your tribe, finding your people, that pushes Luffy over the top and allows him to win, versus Lucci, who only uses anger and hatred and a messed up version of justice to fight, because he doesn't believe in justice. He uses the idea of justice to meet his own ends of what he wants to do, which is hurt people in any way he wants to.
Yep.
And so I love this idea of the two of them fighting, because it's a harder and a softer version almost of the same person. And it's through the gift of friendship and strengthening your relationships that Luffy ends up winning. And I loved that.
So before we get to the very sad ending, we should briefly touch on Sanji being a baller and going off to save everyone, as he's known to do.
The man is clutch. Like, if you want to put a word next to Sanji, it's clutch. All the time. I said it before. Dude walks into the door and it's like, we're all screwed. Everything bad is going to happen. And then Sanji's like, oh, hold my sake. And then he comes in and kicks some ass and takes some numbers. I want to get ahead of that. You go first while I find my page. What was your thinking about Sanji?
Oh, I just think it's exactly what you said. I have nothing to add there. We do get the amazing scene as they are about to get away of Robin getting to break Spandam's spine, which incredibly deserved. No man deserves his spine broken more in the world.
Don't forget though that she should have bent him over the other way.
You're right. You wish there had been a second spine break, but you know, we got the one we got. And then when all hope is lost and the crew's about to die, even though they've won all the fights, they're surrounded by captains and vice admirals. Their strongest fighters are either weak or incapacitated. How are they going to get away? Usopp suddenly says something.
I just want to first say, no, I'm not even there. I'm not on that page. I first want to say that we skipped over the reveal of the mermaid and everybody being saved in that lower channel filled with water. And I think that was really, really important, because when you were looking at, they were saying like, if this happens, then the whole bottom is going to fill with water. And you're like, oh, they'll find a way out of that. That's going to be fine. No, they didn't. Everyone did get swept up in the water. Everyone did find themselves in terrible, terrible place. But then along comes a mermaid, as one always hopes for. And
it was
Lady Kokoro. And I think Lady Kokoro being a mermaid, it's awesome. It explains also why, like, being in the ocean didn't freak her out. The storm doesn't freak her out. Like, all these other things make sense. The reason why she could be on a freaking rocket train flying through the water and be like, "Meh," is because she knows. Yeah, she could save her granddaughter and the weird bunny cat if worse comes to her. She's a goddamn
it's just
mermaid.
everyone else will die.
Everyone else will die, but she could continue to get drunk and move on.
She'll save her granddaughter and the bunny cat and probably could pick like one other person.
Yeah, exactly. She'll be like, and I will also save you. And that's it. Sorry.
Who do you think it'd be? I think it's Nami.
So
I think she'd save Nami.
No, I agree with you. Do you also want to talk about just the picture I saw of, I won't talk about the wheel, but of Nola?
I think that we'll save for when we talk about cover stories or when we do corkboard next week, actually.
I think I'd like to talk about it in corkboard then, because I really think that it's important to bring that Nola piece up, because I think that was really cool.
All right. So
somebody did a pet the boy.
The boy? You're so good, my boy. I love you. He's very happy.
Okay, I don't know where you are or what chapter you're talking about, so can you please tell me so I can move forward?
I don't remember what chapter it is. I just know that...
Are you talking about when Usopp leans over?
Yeah, Usopp suddenly says something to everyone about how they're going to get out of here. Where all hope is lost, they're all going to die, and Usopp's like, jump.
So all hope is lost. Luffy, through the power of friendship, realizes that he has to get up whether he likes it or not. He gets up, he does his attack, and then he's just laying on the ground. He's literally spent himself to the point where there's nothing more that he has left. He can't. He literally can't. And, oh God, this is the worst.
It's beautiful. Who has come to save our crew?
So, well, Luffy is laying there on the ground.
I'm gonna tear up, huh?
So while Luffy is laying there on the ground and everything is going the worst that it could possibly go, you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen? What's possibly going to happen in this thing? All of a sudden, Usopp hears a noise and is like, what's that sound? And everyone else hears it too. So you're like, who's that calling on them? That's so weird. And then Usopp leans down over the edge and looks down and goes, oh my God. There's still one more shipmate. Okay.
They still have one more crewmate who can save them.
I thought it was already the saddest I could be about this. Yep. I said to myself, you already read this. Yep. You already knew it was going to happen, yep. But I was wrong. I was wrong. They did it in such a worse way. And he leans over. There's still one more shipwright. Chopper, did you look down? Yes. Saint-Fleur. Delphinium. And she pushes Luffy down towards the sea. And they're all crying. The pirates are going to jump into the sea. The fools. It won't do them any good. Have those pirates lost their mind? And they jump down. And there's the Mary go. Oh. And the Mary says out loud, I came for you.
Yep. Yeah.
What are they trying to do? It's not going to do them any good. There's a ship, judging by the pirate flag. It belongs to the Straw Hats. How did she sneak into a fleet of warships? Should we fire, sir? No, Nico Robin is aboard. And they're laying down on top of the Mary. And then Nami takes her on one of the most insane voyages. All of the cannon fire is coming down everywhere. They're moving towards the pit of doom off of the edge of the waterfall. And then Nami is like, this is going to work. And they lifts it up, and the ship right up over the edge using the speed and trajectory and flies through the air. Oh, God.
Yep.
And she goes into flight and takes the Straw Hats out of danger. And they're like, the Mary is okay. And then it goes, say something, Mary. Idiot ships don't talk. I thought the same thing. That's impossible, isn't it? And then out comes the galley lost ship. It's the galley lost ship and company. Ice Guy. And then he says, you really got everything. You really got back everything from the world government. And then the front of the Mary collapses into the water. And they go, look, her ship. How could the Mary fail and fall apart all of a sudden? Ice Guy, the Mary is in trouble. Do something. And he says, when it's time to let her rest. I've already done everything I can. And it shows the backstory of him finding the boat. Oh, this is the Straw Hat ship.
Yep.
The Aqua Laguna really did a number on her. It already has problems. And he puts his hand on her and she says, I want to sail. I want to sail one more time. Oh, because she knew. She knew, and he said, what am I doing? There's no hope for this ship. Mr. Iceberg, what are you doing? More big waves are going to come. And then she sails off to sea by herself. Oh, thanks for putting that up, you rotten kid. And she says, thank you, and sails off. Launch a ship, are you crazy? If you won't go, I'll go alone. He says, right now, I'm looking at a miracle. That ship has gone far beyond its limits. I've been a shipwright for many years, but I've never seen a pirate ship as incredible as this one. It lived a splendid life. Oh my God. And then Luffy says, I get it. Are we ready, everyone? The seafloor is dark and lonely. So we're gonna see you off. And then he says, good thing Usopp isn't here. He couldn't stand this.
Yep.
For a long time. Thank you, Mary Go. Oh my God. And then she goes, oh. And then she says, Grand Lina, here I come. And it goes all through all these different things they've gone together. Just in case you're feeling too happy and you forget all the things that the Mary has gone through. Every single person here is thinking about their voyages with her. This is the world's greatest ocean. We're flying out. It goes through all of the times with the Mary. And then she says, I'm sorry. I wanted to carry you even further. Shut up. I'm so sorry. I wanted to have adventures with you forever, but I just can't. And then Luffy cries, we're the ones who should say sorry, Mary. And they go through everything that happened, everything that had happened together. And he said, I ripped your sails. Zoro and Sanji are stupid, and they broke all kinds of things. Usopp would fix you every time, but he stinks at it. And she says, even so, I was happy. Thank you for caring about me. Oh, my Lord.
Yep.
Oh, my Lord.
So, do you understand why 16-year-old me came out of my room red-faced and sobbing because of a boat?
Yes. And I swear to God, I thought, I know that the Mary is gonna die. I'm gonna love her anyways. And then I'll just take it when it happens, and it'll be a lot easier on me because I know what happens.
Yep.
Wrong.
I don't know how much knowing it was coming actually helps.
Wrong. Wrong. More wrong. The most wrong anyone has ever been. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. And I gotta tell you, I was grateful. I was so grateful because when she was what I thought was the end of her thing and she just kind of went backwards out the door and then that was it. I thought to myself, that is the most unceremonious thing ever. And I feel so sad. about it. And then when this happened and she had the opportunity to be fixed and come back this one more time, it made me think that it was a duplicate of the moment with Luffy, but Luffy doesn't have one part of his body that he relied on as a rubber boy the way that Mary had one part of her body. And so he was able to give just that one more time for her friends and save them. Just that one last time. And she managed to go out there knowing, like, that's it. I can't do any more after this. And so it kind of reminded me of Luffy in the way that she was like, none of you are going to die because you don't have someone there to sail you out of this.
It's really lovely.
And she refused to let them be vulnerable without a way to escape.
Do you wanna do your top 5 characters to close us out?
Fine. Let's just do the subscribe thing first.
Oh, someone pointed out, notice how Mary breaks exactly where Bellamy broke it, if you need a reason to hate him more.
Exactly where frickin' stupid Bellamy broke it. If I see that dude again.
In One Piece, a character coming back to relevance, impossible.
Yeah, exactly. If I see that kid again, I'm gonna hope somebody punches him in the face. Right away. Just like, this is for the Mary. Okay, now let's fight and I'm gonna kill you again. Okay. I can't even.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out that Usopp says there's still one more crew member. And that kind of like solidifies my idea that Luffy was the captain of the Mary. Usopp was the captain of the Mary, and Luffy was the captain of the crew. Because Usopp sees the Mary as crew.
Well.
God damn it. Okay, time for you should subscribe to this hot mess. Do other One Piece content creators cry this much?
This much? No. Cry? Yes.
This much?
Yeah, no, this much, no.
All right, here we go.
We had a few gifted subs during that. Thank you so much, everybody. That's amazing.
That's really kind. They just feel really bad for me. They're like, that's sad. This shit is sad.
I got so many comments angry at me when I opened this picture of Mary during your reading.
Oh my god, I looked up and there she...
So many people were unhappy about that. Murph cried a bit, not quite as much, I'd say. But she's also on camera, so Murph has to wait until there's a less cryy take.
Oh god, yeah, I'm glad you guys can't see my face right now. I'm a big old blotchy blotch. Oh, okay, here we go.
Here we go, let's do the sub plug. We got this.
Don't yawn during sub plug. It's very important people understand the level of happiness they're gonna get. Hi, everyone ready to count me in?
Oh yeah, we gotta do the count in. It's so important.
Count me in. Count me in. Count me in. I like that the numbers are getting more and more random.
For a while, it felt like they were trying.
Okay. Now that it's over 9,000, hey, YouTube, why don't you press subscribe if you enjoyed this content? And like it if you liked it. If you want to come and join us on a Twitch, you can watch us cry for a full 4 minutes without stopping. Barely able to catch our breath. We would really love to see you here. If you don't subscribe, the only person it helps is YouTube. So help us instead, because we're sad, sad kids.
Beautiful. It was longer than 4 minutes.
Stop crying about a ship.
All right. I think we got time. We'll do top 5 characters, and then I'm very hungry and I need to eat a food.
100%, man. 100%. Okay.
Jolly D.
Top
Roger,
5
hell yeah.
characters other than Luffy. Can I just say that we have a new god tier?
Yeah.
And it's Mary.
Mary.
And-
well, Mary's got a. Well, here's the thing. This is our first player who's died. This is a hung up jersey. This is a retired jersey.
Yeah. We're retiring Mary's jersey. She retires in the #1 spot, but from now on, Luffy sits below, but Heaven Mary, who's up in a heaven like Skypiea, leans down over the bottom and looks at everyone, and she helps pick the top 5s from now on. God.
We should also see if there's an update to top 5 devil fruits. I don't. Maybe the door fruit will do it, but yeah, let's just do top 5 characters of the arc first.
Tell you what, it won't be. Okay, Mary is #1.
Okay. I thought we had a retired jersey, so we didn't need to mention Mary, but okay.
No, she's a retired jersey, but she's just permanently #1. It says Mary go #1.
Okay, so #1 for Enies Lobby is the going Mary for the last minute clutch save.
Okay, who am I gonna put in #2? Luffy, you're in your own world.
Yep.
I'm gonna put. Holy crap! I didn't think it would be this hard, actually, but I was wrong.
There's a lot of characters who did a lot of good. I feel like it's tough because like this arc is very personal to Luffy, Robin, Frankie, Usopp, and it's hard to imagine someone other than the 4 of those who aren't Luffy being on.
Yeah, just because that's exactly what I was thinking of.
It's so personal for all 4 of them. Like all 4 of them have such a connection.
But Frankie, man, like.
Oh no, that was one of the 4 I listed. Frankie, Usopp, Luffy, Robin Frankie. Are the ones who like they are so personally invested in this arc.
I am making Robin #2.
The valid. I think that's 100% real. Like, yeah, you do that.
She would have been #1, but my Mary just got retired, so my Mary is #1 for the last time.
Oh.
And then #2 is the Robin. #3 is shit! I can't believe that. No. Yeah.
Okay, someone's saying Benny from Mangastorian apparently read the end of Enies Lobby, or read all of Enies Lobby on a plane trip surrounded by strangers.
And was sobbing?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh no, what a bad place to read that.
Oh my god.
Inherent comedy.
I feel better that it is so sad that people are on a plane trip crying their ass off.
I will say though, I sent it to Mama Drock and was like, hey, watch this when you're okay with it. This is funny. This is funny enough to what saying. I said, watch this when you're good for it. I want you to watch the Jet Gatling now because I love it. Jet Gatling in the anime especially. Like, don't get me wrong. Is it Megumi, the voice actress of Luffy? Great. But I think the Jet Gatling, Colleen Clinkenbeard killed it so hard. The English Jet Gatling is incredible. But I also sent you the Mary's Funeral and was like, it's so much sadder in the anime. Watch it when you're good for it. And you were like, I don't imagine it could be any sadder. And then you watched it right before you met someone in a Starbucks.
Yeah. I had a coffee date with a person and I was sitting out. No, it gets better because I didn't tell you the best part about that. I was sitting out in front of Starbucks close to the window so I could see if she was there. And I was like, well, she's not. So I'm going to watch this thing that Drock sent me. And I get into it and I am sobbing and weeping. It was so much worse. I couldn't even get over it. And I was like, I thought that I was done being sad because I read it already. And then I look up and she's sitting in the window staring at me, shaking her head with this questioning face. like what the heck's going on exactly? And I was just sitting inside of the car sobbing uncontrollably while she shook her head at me. And I was like, oh my God, how am I going to explain this to her? Wow.
Well, a boat died.
Anime based on a manga and a boat died. Oh my god. Oh, I can't even with this. And so now it turns out anytime I see it, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah. Yeah. Thinking that you're ever going to move past that scene making you cry is a mistake I think a lot of people make. I think a lot of people have a moment where they think they're past it.
Yeah, no, I think that's it. Like, I think that lives in me rent free now. And every once in a while, the good news is for acting, if I ever need to cry on stage, I'll just hear the frickin' anime in my head and sob. I'll be the best actress. I'll win Oscars.
There's a One Piece AMV where anytime I need to cry, like if I need to let some cortisol out, I will watch it. I don't cry that easily is the thing. I don't cry that often, but there's scenes from One Piece where if I think about them too hard, I cry.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Number 5.
Okay.
Number 5 is... Wow. Can you please make sure when you edit it, you put that sound in? I heard it. It was crazy.
Yeah. The
wah. Nami.
Okay. I was really thinking she wasn't going to be on the list and we'd be safe.
But how not? She does so many cool things.
Yeah, she doesn't do a Diablo Jamb or an Ashura.
No.
Or a Monster Point.
I'm cheating though. Number 3 are my Demon Boys.
Demon Boys get to share a spot. Okay. Wait, this means either Usopp or Frankie isn't making it on, which feels crazy for this arc. Did you miscount?
No, I still have...
You only have one space because you have Mary. You only have one space. You forgot you put Marion. No!
I put Marion.
You did? No. Usopp and Frankie, they can only share a spot if there's justification. Sanji and Zoro have justification for sharing a spot. What's the justification for Frankie and Usopp sharing a spot? There's nothing. There's no more characters who can share spots. You put her in so confidently.
I forgot that I put Mary at number 1 because I put Mary in last time.
No. No.
And I put her in number 5, so I thought it was the safest place ever.
It was the least safe place.
Number 4 is Usopp. Number 5 is Frankie.
Yeah. I didn't think it was gonna happen. The problem is, to break the trend, you keep wanting to put her in.
The worst kid. Oh god.
You forgot you put Mary. No.
Oh my god. I forgot Mary was number 1 because I put Mary in last time because I thought Mary died then. Can I go back to the last episode and take Mary out?
Well, it wasn't the last one. It was the one before. It was the one before last one. Last one was Sea Train.
Oh my god. Oh god. I'm getting a picture of Nami and I'm framing it and putting it on my wall.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm the worst. Oh, I put her in 5. I thought she would be so safe. Paladin, Robin is number 2.
Yeah, Robin was number 2. She was just underneath Mary.
Poor Nami, what a jerk. I can't put her in over Frankie, though.
No, Frankie and Usopp have so much in this arc.
So amazing.
Both of them have so much going on in this arc. That's why I was so scared when you put her in, because it was like...
You know what's a problem? What? In my world... Usopp would be number 1. Robin would be number 1. Luffy would be number 1.
Come on, that's
Sanji would be number 1.
You know that's not fair. You know that's but you know we can't do that. You know we can't.
Chopper would be number 2 with Frankie, and Nami would still be number 5. Because then I would also put in a couple.
Kamasita Gisitko, I have terrible news. We're just wrapping up, but you're here for us to say goodbye. Oh man, you just missed Nami having it happen. Thanks everybody for being here. I love this arc so much. Sorry, I feel like I was a little low energy today. I'm still recovering from this cold. By recovering, I mean I still have this fucking cold.
But on the other hand, I felt like I had high energy today because
you were bringing it. You were bringing the energy today.
But you also brought awesome theory. I was so excited that you and I had the same opinion about Luffy's abilities.
I hope.
I couldn't believe it because... What?
No, you keep going. Then I'll finish my hope.
I couldn't believe it because when you were like, blah, 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 I'm like, well, we're not going to think the same thing. And then after I finished it and got to the end, I was like, well, here's what I think. And when I told you, you were like, oh my God.
Yeah, no, we got it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I'm hoping us talking about Luffy having life return on here makes it a more prevalent idea in the community because it feels so like it just tracks so much. Oh, people want your favorite devil fruits. Have the devil fruit rankings changed? Is Door taking a spot?
Didn't I put Door on my last one or no?
I think you may have. No, you already did. So I don't think we should because I don't think we have any changes from last time because Leopard and Soap aren't making it up.
Stupid Soap is not going to.
Oh, Soap is the only other new one. Soap and Giraffe are the only new ones, so I don't feel like we need to because I don't think they're making on the top 5, right?
No.
Like Giraffe is cool. It's top 10 material.
I like Giraffe. Yeah. I would like to do a top 10. I think in the next time when we're doing...
Oh, Wolf. We also got Wolf. I'm guessing Wolf isn't making it.
No.
Sorry, what were you saying?
The next time when you and I do corkboard... no, thank you. Although I think I could rock elephant. Cool. The next time you and I, when we're doing corkboarding, I think that we should do a top 10. But I don't know all the devil fruits
I don't think we need
anymore.
to do a top 10. I think we just expand our tier list and update it from last time when we do our recap stream.
To go all the way down?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just...
I don't know how many I've seen up until this point.
Well, no. Well, that's why we make the tier list.
All right,
I think next recap stream we add to our devil fruit tier list.
Oh,
we saw the rust fruit and the ball fruit. Rust fruit and ball fruit are not making the top 5, people.
Oh, just a minute.
I forgot wheel fruit. Wheel, rust, and ball are not making it.
No, those should be called Dumb and Dumber and Dumbest. Oh, I'm wrong because there's also sexy soap fruit.
No, I mentioned that one.
No, I mean that could be in the Dumber and Dumbest.
Oh,
list.
true.
Made me so upset. I was hoping to have such a cool fruit. I did love the giraffe just for his character. I thought it was so good for him.
For anybody who joined us late, this was the first pick.
I love this pick so much. Love. I would love that on a shirt.
I don't...
Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to put this one on a shirt?
I see people, One Piece YouTubers do it all the time, but also it is like trademark characters, so... Meh. Thanks, Red Potato. I really like how this turned out. I love this Sanji.
I think this is one of my favorite pictures. I know I say that all the time. The other one is really good, but I think this here is one of my favorite pictures.
I don't think it's as good of a thumbnail, but I think it's cooler.
Yeah, it's so good.
All right.
So you think I could put it on a shirt? I just can't sell it. All right.
I think legally, but people do put trademark characters on shirts all the time if it's their own artwork, so it happens.
Like, I didn't scale Luffy on a scale for this arc.
Oh yeah, where's Luffy on? Yeah, this is an S tier Luffy.
S tier. Yeah, this is like Luffy would have been #1 in the Hot Sun all day.
If Luffy was allowed to compete, he was taking #1 from Mary and Robin. This was some of the best Luffying around.
Yeah. 100%. Hey, Get Snack, kids come first every time, dude. Like, I'm sorry you missed it, but you're the GOAT.
Oh, man.
Yeah. This is a great picture, too. Don't get me wrong. Rubber Boy smashing through the little thing is awesome times, but that other one
I think it turned out super cool.
Cool.
All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
So let's tell everyone where I'm reading to. Nice try, buddy.
Right. Post Enies lobby. This is a short one. This is just a
Keeping in
little
mind,
bit.
I already read 2 chapters of it because I accidentally read ahead by accident.
This is pretty crazy. I was so wrong. I was so wrong. It's not 8 chapters. You ready for how many it is? This is a crazy number. We're reading all the way from 431.
That is kind.
From 431 all the way to 441. That's 11 whole chapters. Pretty intense.
441?
Yep.
Isn't that 10?
Well, no,
31 to 41?
Because it includes both ends, so it ends up being
31
11.
counts,
yeah,
so then
31
it's 11.
Counts, yeah.
11 chapters.
11 entire
hey, somebody
chapters.
just gifted 1,000,000 subs here.
God,
Look at that.
Gifted a pile
5 subs given to people.
Wow. Oh,
that was very kind. And this late in the game, too.
Anacrazil, thank you so much.
Anacrazil. I like that.
Guys, this is...
I can't help reading ahead.
We will be doing... Here's what we're going to do. When we do our recap, we're going to do a cover story tier list. That way we have a reason to talk about each one of them the way we did with our arc tier list, where it forces us to go back through and do a recap. So I figure we'll do an arc tier list first, and then a cover story tier list second. That way we're getting all the cover stories covered.
People keep telling me, I can't believe we have a hype train this late in the game. People keep telling me not to read ahead all the time these days.
No, this time, I'm so glad you didn't really read ahead here, like you only did 1 chapter, because this is Jaya dense. These 11 chapters change the whole game. After this, if you read ahead, it's honestly, I think it might actually be necessary to let you read ahead because we have a schedule we wanted to keep, and the only way to do it is if we can do the one after this in 1 episode, and that is impossible if you don't read ahead.
This person who came late, Con Mastico, wanted to know how much I cried this time. Really not at all.
I would say more than any other episode.
Maybe I sniffled a little bit, like almost on the edge of crying, but pretty much nothing.
Truly, there has never been more crying on this show. There was like 4 minutes straight of tears.
That's unfair. I think I sniffed Kaido, 1 or 2 times. I had to wipe my eyes.
Kaido, that was the schedule that you laid out. But when you laid out that schedule, it made me realize that there's an episode we want to do in January for YouTube reasons that we can't do in January if the arc after Post Enies Lobby is 2 episodes. Which means it'll be a stupidly long stream and a huge task, but that's what we got to do if we want to if we want a certain arc to be in January.
This person... Ole Ole said, it was just a half sneeze where it kind of feels like you're about to cry, but like that's it.
Yeah, that's all that really happened. Don't worry. No tears at all. Thanks, you guys. Thank you guys for being here. This is so much fun.
I gotta tell you, everyone, this was could there be more emotional damage?
Enies Lobby is just like peak fiction. It's so good. It's so powerful. I love it so much. Red Potato, she already said that Enies Lobby is her favorite. Yeah.
It's my favorite, without a doubt. Like, Enies Lobby is, like, the GOAT.
It's also so cool to have the Skypiea saga that's all about the broader world with Jaya and Skypiea, about the legacies of cultures and how big the One Piece world is an adventure, followed by everything from Long Ring Longland to now. That's this incredibly personal story. I think having those back-to-back is really, really good writing, getting to move from the broad to the personal like that.
Yeah, I would agree. I liked how it took it down, but now apparently you're telling me now we're seeing how the broader world is shifting again.
Yeah, it's another.
I'm hoping
style.
that some of the shift comes around the crew and their new notoriety.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, I mean, we don't have to wait at all. It's 11 chapters. You could read it in the next hour, probably.
Well, given that I consume the chapters like it's delicious dinner.
Yeah, look,
I should read it twice tonight.
Honestly, it's kind of that dense, but your call. Oh man, I'm so thrilled.
Well, everyone, you've been awesome again. We've kept you hostage for 4 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, just a 4 hour 26-minute stream. All right, everybody. This has been so much fun. Someone wants to know how One Piece compares to other literature. And let's answer that before we go, because they paid for a highlighted question.
How One Piece compares to, in my opinion, to other literature I've read? It's interesting. I was telling somebody the other day about One Piece, and I was like, you know, when you get a TV show that outlives any movie because you so richly get to go into the background of the characters and you get to see their development in a way that you're never going to see in a movie. Like, you just can't. Well, the interesting thing about One Piece is because it's done in chapters and arcs, there's both chapters within an arc and then there's an arc on top of it. It's like sectioning out. I was saying, you get to know the characters in this in such a different way. You're not just reading, you're also seeing, and you feel like you're part of the crew. So I said, like, I can't believe for me how much I would say, like, One Piece is, and I'm going to say this out loud, and then Drock is going to feel the great good joy in his heart for all time. One Piece right now is in my highest tier reading.
Yeah, it's special.
It's one of my favorite narratives of all time. I think it's about to kick ass on another thing I used to have at the top.
Yeah, no, that's some smug satisfaction I get right there. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys. I love doing this. This is such a blast. I'm so happy we made it this far already. Enies Lobby is incredible. I think it's hard not to fall in love with a series that can pull off a story like this.
You bet you.
All right.
And get to do it with you, and then to have like the fans that we have and the people who have become part of a team and book chat. Hey, everyone, follow in Discord, become a part of the book chat. People have some really neat conversations in there, and it's pretty cool. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that about does it. Everybody.
Whoa, look at that. Look at that.
Oh my god. Thank you, Paladin Berserker Jedi. Everybody, I am behind on editing because of the school year. I'm working on the C Train myself. I have an editor that I'm working with now who is going to be working on the Water 7 video. I'm going to be looking for an editor to be doing the Enies Lobby video. We're going to be getting things up as fast as we can. Thank you guys for being here. This is a blast. This is so much fun. Oh my god. Next time we get to talk about some of my favorite reveals. I'm so thrilled about it. And until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. And as I said, you could hear it in my voice that I realized we didn't find a raid to do, and we need to do a raid. All right. Who we raiding, everybody? Let's figure it out.
The last time we raided someone, that guy was so grateful. He was the sweetest dude ever.
Creepy Porpoise, huh? Is Creepy Porpoise on? I've heard
on Porpoise?
We need someone who is currently running. Is Iron Mouse on? She seems cool. I've never watched.
See you later, Blue Dragonfly.
Bye, Blue Dragonfly. You know what? Iron Mouse is on. They're cool. I have friends who watch her, and seems neat. All right, let's go. Let's go, Iron Mouse. Sometimes we'll do small streamers. Sometimes we'll do big streamers. It's easy because I know she's a known quantity, so I'm not scared of people sending people in the wrong place. But we're gonna mix it up. All right, everybody. We're sending people. Be safe. Have a good one. Be respectful and nice. I trust you all.